I recently graduated from a CDL school and decided to get a job relating to my field. After applying to every job that involved driving large vehicles that I could find, I got a reply about an hour later for a bus driver position at Frederickson High School. The message read, "Hello, George. We have reviewed your application and have decided that you would be perfect for our position. Your first day will start tomorrow. Your bus's number is 458, and it is located at a bus yard on 207 Riverside Street. You can arrive at the bus yard at any time, but please arrive at the school before 4 a.m. This is when these students get dismissed. Once these students enter the bus, you can deliver them to their 5 stops on Old Military Road." Ernest Frederickson, principal of Frederickson High School. I was a bit confused on why there was no interview, but nevertheless, I took the job anyway, not wanting to look at what I thought was a gifted horse in the mouth. I also thought that it was weird that these school hours took place during the night, but I assumed that the school operated 24 hours a day, dividing students and teachers into 4 groups for each shift to follow social distancing guidelines, or just for efficiency in general. At around 3:15 a.m., I got into my rusty 1974 Ford F-250 and drove to the address listed in the message. It wasn't that far away, about a 15-minute drive. I arrived at a vehicle gate next to a guard shack. The bus yard consisted of a flat slab of dirt with several buses parked at the back, with a large space in the front to allow for maneuvering the buses into the spots. Surrounding the yard was a fence, with the aforementioned gate and shack replacing a part of the fence. The guard in the shack was startled by my arrival and proceeded to open the window slightly. Who are you?" he asked. Hello," I replied. "I'm George Redwood. I'm here for bus 458. Are you okay?" He picked up a piece of paper, looking at it briefly before putting it down. He then passed me a key I presumed was for my bus. "Okay, sir, here's your key. Find your bus and replace its parking spot with your truck. Then you can go." The gate then opened and I did as he had asked. I drove my truck through the gate, got out to find my bus, and then drove my bus to the front of the yard and I parked it in a corner. I then walked back to my truck and parked it in my bus's original spot, before going back to my bus and driving it back to the gate. My bus was one of those buses with the flat front, the engine in the back, and it had the driver in front of the front wheels. I don't know what the official name of this design is. I noticed that the bus I was given had many dents and scratches, mostly on the front bumper, but I didn't think much of it and I started my shift anyway. I arrived at the school at 3:47 a.m. I noticed that there was only one bus for the school, that being mine. This school was very small, so it made sense why there was only one bus. While I waited for the students to be dismissed, I found a list of rules along with a map and the gap between the steering wheel and the windshield. Rules for Frederickson High School busing. You must follow these rules in driving on Old Military Road. We cannot ensure your safety if you break any of these rules. 1. Do not use any electronic devices for navigation. They will try to deceive you. We printed out a map for you to follow. 2. The bus stops that you can drop kids off at are labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These stops resemble a bench with 3 walls with a roof, with the opening being on the front. The bus stop's number will be on both sides of all 3 walls. If you stop at a bus stop that is not one of the above, leave the stop immediately and continue your journey. Try not to look at anything nearby a fake stop, besides checking a wall to see if it's a valid stop. 3. The road is supposed to be very old, windy, and unmaintained. If the road suddenly changes to a straight road that appears to be newly paved, and the scenery starts repeating. Immediately slam on the brakes and turn around before it's too late. Once the road starts curving again, and the straight part is no longer visible, you can turn around and continue your journey. If turning around is not possible, shift the bus into reverse and drive until you either find a place to turn around or the road returns to normal. 4. If the road reaches a dead end, turn around or reverse until the end of the road is no longer visible, similar to Rule 3. 5. If the road merges with another road, remember which side you came from. This will be important if you have to turn around. Do not drive on the road that you did not come from. 6. If any other vehicles appear on the road, disable them by any means possible. I don't care about minor damage to the bus. You can easily bash through any cars or light trucks, but be careful around larger vehicles that could put up a fight. Do not drop off any students if your bus is currently being perused by any vehicles, or you disabled one recently and it crashed near a bus stop. 7. If your bus gets stuck for whatever reason, alert the students and they'll know what to do. There is a handgun in the glove compartment near the steering wheel. Use it to defend the bus if they attempt to get in. Wait in the bus until dawn, and then contact us to get you out of there. No pay will be deducted if this happens. 8. If you hear a church bell, avoid going towards the source. If it's behind you, you're good. If it's on your side or in front of you, turn around and get as far away as you can until the ringing stops. Once you can no longer hear the bell, you can turn around and continue your journey. This usually doesn't last long. 9. If you see a creature on your right running parallel to your bus, do not, under any circumstances, open any doors or windows. While it will always run at the speed of your bus, you can confuse it by constantly accelerating and decelerating. Doing that may allow you to get into a position in which you can run it over. This is the only known way to stop it. 10. If the engine stops for seemingly no reason, immediately start it up again and floor it. Do not look at what is behind the bus. If that doesn't work, refer to Rule 7 for everyone's safety. 11. If you see a human on the road, run it over, even if it resembles a loved one. It's not a human. If you fail to run it over, skip any remaining stops and return to the bus yard as quickly as possible. Do not, under any circumstances, open any doors or windows. If you have to turn around for whatever reason, do so as quickly as possible. Despite the fact that you likely won't see it again, it is still following you. Once you arrive at the bus yard, alert the guard. They'll know what to do. 12. If you see a mansion in the distance, turn off all lights and floor it. None of our students live here. Its position on the road changes often, sometimes not appearing at all. The owners are deaf, but they can still see. The part of the road directly in front of the mansion is straight, and you can turn your lights back on once you're surrounded by forest again, so you'll be fine. This mansion is at least twice as tall as the forest, and it emits light from the room, so if you pay attention, you can spot it from far enough away that you can turn off your high beams and headlights before they notice the light. If you see a ridiculously bright light behind you, they saw you. If this happens, put on the modified sunglasses in the glove compartment and get out of there as quickly as you can. The students are prepared with similar sunglasses to prevent being blinded by this light, so don't worry about them. If you are forced to turn around for whatever reason, do so as quickly as possible. Do not drop any students off when the owners are chasing you, and return to the bus yard if necessary. When the light disappears and you've lost them, you can continue your journey. Keep all doors and windows closed during this time. 13. The true end of this road merges with a larger road and a three-way stop. If any students are still on the bus once you passed all 5 stops, Go back to the front of the road and try again. Keep doing this until all students have reached their stops, or if you get too tired to continue. I was very confused on what to think of this. Sure, it sounds impossible, but as a longtime lurker of this subreddit, I know that I should take these rules seriously. Nevertheless, I continue waiting for the students to be dismissed, and I came up with a plan. I will follow the rules unless they could potentially harm someone if they are fake, such as the vehicle ramming. If I can prove a rule to be true without breaking any of them, I will assume that they are all real and I'll follow them all. At 4 a.m., these students exited the school and got on my bus. I estimated that 20 students entered the bus, about 80% capacity under the social distancing guidelines. And despite the situation, most of the students were very chill, as if they had been going to the school for so long that this didn't scare them anymore. Once all the students had entered the bus, I closed the door and I got on the road. The road was a 2-lane, winding road through a forest. Though it was paved, it looked like it hadn't been maintained for decades, with the potholes poorly patched with tar. The pothole fillings looked like chunks of the first road Lightning McQueen paved in cars. Roads like this are nothing unusual here in upstate New York. The first 10 minutes were uneventful, and I dropped off 3 students at Stop 1 with no complications. That was until I heard a student scream, "They're here!" I looked in the left mirror and sure enough, I saw a pair of headlights in the distance. Rule number 6. If any other vehicles appear on the road, disable them by any means possible. I accelerated the bus, but the pair of headlights accelerated faster. It caught up to me in a matter of seconds and it started tailgating me. It got so close that the headlights were no longer visible from the rear window, but I still knew it was back there. "Oh, what is happening?" I yelled to the students, even though I knew exactly what was going on. I was still hoping that this was all a joke. Several students replied at once, but I couldn't decipher what any of them were saying. "Should I brake check the vehicle?" Every student replied, "Yes," and so I did. I slammed on the brakes, causing my bus to come to a halt within seconds. I heard tires screeching coming from both vehicles, shortly followed by a loud crunch from the back of the bus. I then accelerated the bus, looking out the rear window to see the vehicle behind me had stopped chasing me. A collision at that speed must have broken something important under the hood, as we were going 60 plus at the time of the collision. About a minute later, I arrived at Stop 2. 2 students got up, a boy and a girl, so I assumed I was far enough away from the other vehicle to drop them off. I opened the doors and they were about to step off until we noticed our mistake. That wasn't Stop 2. It was Stop Z. Rule number 2. The bus stops that you can drop kids off at are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you stop at a bus stop that is not one of the above, leave the stop immediately and continue your journey. I immediately sped off, closing the doors while the bus was already moving. The 2 students were still at the front of the bus, grabbing the railing to avoid falling due to the dramatic acceleration. Not even a second after I closed the doors, I heard demonic screeching from my right. "Driver luck," one of the students yelled. She was pointing at the doors, revealing that something had managed to get a part of itself wedged between the doors. As I had to focus on the road, I didn't have much time to look at it, but I was still able to catch a glimpse of whatever she was pointing at. It looked like an arm of a massive gingerbread man, except it reflected no light. I could hear whatever that arm was attached to being dragged across the asphalt, sounding like a mix of wood and metal. I briefly opened the doors, causing the creature to lose its grip and fall to the ground. "What the heck was that?" I asked the students who were still on the staircase. "I don't know," replied the female student. "I've seen that thing a few times. The fake bus stop is fairly uncommon. It usually happens at least once a month, but the creatures usually don't get to the bus in time anyway. The male student returned to his seat. This event somehow made me come up with a question for the female student. Actually, how long have you been here? I've lived here since I was a baby. Every house here has its own set of weird rules, but it's all my family could afford. So we've been living together ever since. Oh, and what's your name? She added. George, and you? Angela. Oh, okay. Would you mind staying up here so we can... This is the police. Stop your vehicle immediately. A masculine voice yelled through a megaphone. The voice sounded like a pathetic attempt to be a human. It sounded like the sentence was put through a text-to-speech software and blasted out of a megaphone. I was so into my conversation with Angela that I was completely oblivious to the police cruiser in the left lane. The other students were also distracted by us, so they were unable to warn me like they did last time. I slowed down my bus, causing the cruiser to start passing me, intending to do a pit maneuver once it was in position. But what I saw in the cab will haunt me forever. The two creatures inside were vaguely humanoid, enough for them to operate a motor vehicle designed for humans. They looked like the creature from Venom, but covered in bluish black scales, as if they were reptiles. The one in the passenger seat turned its head 90 degrees to look at me, without moving anything below its neck. Its eyes were thin, vertical lines, stretching from the top of the mouth to the top of the forehead, like the eyes of these stick people from the Henry Stickmin collection, except they emitted a white light for them, like Herobrine from Minecraft. The two of us stared at each other for what felt like forever. I was not concerned about the fact that I wasn't paying attention to the road. I somehow completely forgot I was driving a bus. I even forgot that I existed altogether. The entire concept of anything I was looking at vanished from my mind, as if I was in the latest stages of dementia. All I knew was the bright light emitting from the creature's eyes. After an unmeasurable amount of time, we broke eye contact with the cruiser and got stuck between a rock and a school bus. I immediately regained the concept of existence and realized what was going on. The bus had been going in a straight line, but the road wasn't straight, and the bus had been veering into the left lane this whole time, until the bus was pushing the cruiser against the cliff on the left. This caused the cruiser to come to a halt almost instantly. I immediately got back into my lane to avoid meeting a similar fate to the cruiser. "You're finally back!" Angela screamed inches from my face. She got down and cried on the floor while repeating the same sentence multiple times through sobs. "How long was I staring at that thing?" I asked her. She just cried harder. "Oh, okay," I said awkwardly. There's a tissue box between the dashboard and the windshield. You should probably take off your mask until you're done crying." I wanted to comfort her, but I had no idea what I was supposed to do in this situation. So I just let her cry on the floor while resting against my right leg. This usually works for me when I'm having a breakdown, but I have no idea how neurotypical brains work, or if Angela is neurotypical in the first place. Less than a minute after the crash, I arrived at stop number 3. 2 students got up to exit, so Angela got out of the way so they could get off at the stop and begin their trek down the ominous path beside it. As I left the stop, Angela answered my question from earlier. "You were looking at that thing for like 5 minutes, she said, "and you were so stiff that I couldn't do anything. I couldn't access the brakes. I could barely move the steering wheel. At least your foot wasn't on the diesel." I laughed. I just call it the accelerator, which is stupider, calling a liquid fuel gas or calling the accelerator the gas. I guess we should pay attention to what's going on around us so something doesn't sneak up on us like last time. A good idea. Well, I'm going back to my seat so I don't get yeeted through the windshield. But if you need any help or have any more questions for me, just call me and I'll come right back up here. All right. Minutes later, I heard clunking noises from the back of the bus. Before any of us could comprehend what was going on, the engine stopped. Rule 10. If the engine stops for seemingly no reason, immediately start it up again and floor it. Do not look at what is behind the bus. If that doesn't work, refer to Rule 7 for everyone's safety. I desperately tried to start the engine, but it was no use. The bus was still gliding down the road because of inertia, but I could barely move the steering wheel. Power steering was disabled when the engine turned off. The road was still relatively straight, enough for me to stay on the road with my very limited steering. But if I encountered a curve, I would have to stop the bus and execute Rule 7. The rules implied something behind the bus managed to turn off the engine, and that's when I noticed a pair of headlights suddenly appear behind me. The unseen vehicle went into the left lane and accelerated until it was beside me. It was the cruiser from earlier. Those guys had turned off their lights and followed my taillights to navigate the road. I immediately stopped looking at it to avoid it being hypnotized again. After holding down the starter for about 10 seconds, the engine finally came back to life and I floored it. The cruiser noticed this and accelerated. Now that I've got my powered steering back, I blindly swerved into the left lane while staring directly ahead. I heard a loud crunch from my left. I looked into my left mirror and saw that the cruiser was no longer following me. The entire chassis was bent with the corner of my bus collided with the back right door. The things attempted to hypnotize me through the mirror, but they were too far away at this point to affect me. Seconds after the crash, I saw stop 4 on the right, but skipped it because the cruiser was way too close to it. The hill was still on the left, but the area on the right was flat enough to fit a few houses. These houses were fairly large, probably about 2,500 square feet on the top 2 floors, and an unknown amount of space underground if they had basements. I remember stop 1 and 3 didn't have any houses visible from the bus stop, so this was the first time I got to see the houses. As I passed the houses, I decided to ask a few questions to the residents. Can someone who lives at stop 4 come up here for a moment? I have questions about the houses. A boy from the seat behind me came up. How much does it actually cost to live here? But before I could say anything else, I saw an old man with a cane slowly cross the road. Rule 11. If you see a human on the road, run it over, even if it resembles a loved one. It is not a human. I already had enough faith in the rules at this point to know that it was not a human, but the screeching he made when I ran him over further enforced it. After a short pause, the boy answered my question. $50 a month, for me at least. And yes, we have rules just as weird and terrifying as the ones in here. Oh, wow. It's not as much of a bargain as it sounds. Anyone who lives here is either extremely poor or is oblivious to what they are getting themselves into. Most of the cost is paid with the mental and sometimes physical trauma that comes with living here. Yeah, I've heard the stories about places like this, and definitely not worth it. I doubt you could report any of this to the police or some other authority. My family actually did have to call 911 once. We told the operator that some dude with a gun was in our house. Nobody believes the officers that showed up and forced Fred, the creature that terrorizes the residents at Stop 4, to retreat back to the forest. Maybe we could tell you our story sometime. Yeah, maybe. I'm going back to my seat now. Name's Tommy, by the way. Nice meeting you, Tommy. I would like to hear your stories about your life here sometime. And Tommy was about to return to his seat when he noticed something. Oh crap, Rule 9, he yelled. Rule 9. If you see a creature on your right running parallel to your bus, Do not, under any circumstances, open any doors or windows. While it will always run at the speed of your bus, you can confuse it by constantly accelerating and decelerating. Doing that may allow you to get into a position in which you can run it over. This is the only known way to stop it. I looked to the right and I saw it. Running beside the bus doors was a creature running on all fours. It was like a brute version of the creatures in the cruiser. Its arms and legs were nearly identical, and it was running like a horse. The bus was going 40 miles per hour at this point, a very appropriate speed for this road. I sped up, but so did it. Tommy quickly ran back to his seat as the bus was starting to become unstable as I drove way too fast for this road. Now at over 80 miles per hour, the thing was still beside the door, and it had been since I had spotted it. I slowed down, but the creature didn't decelerate as quickly. Now at 60 miles per hour, I aimed the bus right at it and ran it over as the creature attempted to slow down. And before I could celebrate, I saw a pair of taillights ahead. The taillights brightened as the vehicle slowed down. They saw me, and this wasn't anything small either. It was a semi-truck. The truck slowed all the way down to 20 miles per hour, forcing me to do the same. I knew the driver was planning something, but I still had no idea what was going on. My questions were soon answered, as a bright light was reflected off the left mirror, darting around the front of the bus looking for my eyes. But with the 40-foot trailer behind the truck, this made the precision required for hypnosis incredibly difficult. It quickly realized this wasn't going to work and it stopped. As I followed the truck, we brainstormed ideas on how to defeat the thing, even citing past experiences with large vehicles like this one. But to my right, above the forest, I saw something unnatural. The mansion. It was at least 2 floors taller than the forest. It was also very large horizontally as well. I didn't know how to describe the building other than saying it reminded me of a woodland mansion from Minecraft, with the way that it was surrounded by the forest and the dimensions. The mansion gave me an idea. Hey guys, are the mansion owners allied with the creature driving the truck? I don't think so, replied Angela. I rarely see them interacting if they do. It's usually hostile, though they're not as aggressive as they are to us. Oh, good. You're going to make the mansion owners attack the truck, aren't you? I heard Tommy say. Exactly. Well, just get as far away from the truck as you can so they don't see you too, replied Tommy. All right. I turned off my lights once we were about 500 feet away from the mansion. The truck driver looked back at us through the mirror for a few seconds. The light illuminated the cab, as if the driver was trying to say, I know you're still back there, you idiot. As we slowly approached the mansion, I let the bus slow down so I could gain some distance from the truck. I didn't touch the air brakes to avoid being heard by the truck driver. It may have known I was still behind it, but it didn't know how far away I was. Once I was about 200 feet away, the bus was down to 2 miles per hour. I pulled the parking brake, causing the bus to come to a halt silently. The truck was oblivious to what I was doing and it was still going forward, very slowly for some reason. It seemed that it was trying to stall me until reinforcements arrived. We all got our sunglasses to protect our eyes from what was about to happen, ready to put them on at any moment. The moment the truck's light struck the road in front of the mansion, it happened. For the split second, I saw the light at full force. My vision was already being obstructed by spots, as if I had been staring at the sun for several minutes. Even with the sunglasses, it still bothered my eyes to look at it. The light swarmed the truck like bees that had their hive disturbed. While the owners were distracted, I put the bus into reverse and I floored it. The sound of the engine got the attention of the truck driver, but it wasn't able to turn around or reverse very quickly due to the trailer. So, and ended up having to go forward to flee the owners. Now that the truck was gone, I went back into drive and continued down the road, though not very quickly to not catch up with the truck. I slowed down even more so I could get a better look at the now vacant building. The front of the mansion had wooden walls with a concrete base. There is a hole in the front with many equally sized rooms, with one window across the walls. Each room was illuminated by light bulbs on a chandelier. The rooms had a wide variety of contents. Some looked natural, some looked weird, and some were disturbing. One room looked like a kitchen, one like a bedroom. One was almost completely filled with a pile of wires. One was a prison cell. One had tens of black cats inside. And one had a floor covered in spikes with doll heads on them. How original. The room full of cats caused me to stop the bus. "Why is there a room full of cats?" I asked the students. "A room full of what? They have cats," Tommy replied, who was in the seat directly behind me. "I don't think we've ever gotten a good look at the mansion before. This is the first time someone managed to distract the owners," another student replied. I pulled the parking brake and I got out of my seat. "I want to investigate the cat room," I told the students. "Go to the window, but don't enter the mansion. Just don't," the same student from earlier had replied. "And park the bus right next to the window," Angela added. "Wait, hold on. What is your name?" I asked the anonymous student. "Oh, I'm Joseph." "All right, good to know." I then did what Joseph said. I positioned the bus so that the doors were right next to the window of the cat room. I got out and I peered into the room. Cats everywhere, very malnourished, and the smell was rough. There was an island literally made of crap in the center. Definitely not okay. I grabbed a rock and I smashed the window several times before the window split in half. I could have used the gun, but I didn't want to waste any bullets or attract any unwanted attention. Tommy, Angela, and two other students came out to help. Once the glass pane had split, we kept hitting it in a concentrated spot until we had created a hole large enough for the cats to get through. As soon as we had pointed this out to them, the cats rushed out to freedom. Whatever they were going to get themselves into in this forest was a better fate than whatever the owners were doing with them in there. The wire room was one room away from the cat room, with the prison cell in between the two. I walked over to investigate. I probably could get a few $1,000 for all that copper, I pointed out to the students. "Will we get any of it?" Tommy asked. "I'll give you each some for helping me retrieve it, but I'll take most of it as compensation for what I had to put up with today. $20 an hour isn't cutting it." I also had the rest of the students come out to help me with stealing the wire, promising a small portion of what I'm going to get for them. I broke the window with the rock and made a small hole the size of a fist. You know, it would be a lot easier if someone goes inside the mansion and... "No!" Every student replied at once. "Okay, never mind then." We continued, bashing the window until the hole was big enough to climb through. We managed to load all the wires into the bus before the owners returned. Even if they did return before they were done, we had already set up a place to hide. The students then organized the wire once we were already on the road. As I was about to arrive at stop 5, I saw the owners returning from their mission. I quickly put on my sunglasses as I floored the bus and blindly drove through the light. However, the owners were not interested in me, and they continued their journey home. It seems that they only attacked those who disturbed them, and somehow driving by their mansion does that. They still had no idea that I had freed their cats and stole their wire, and even when they find out, they'll have no idea who did it. I arrived at stop 5 a minute later, and dismissed Joseph and 4 other students. This bus stop was similar to stop 4, with very similar houses as well. I still had 7 students in the bus as I skipped stop 2 and 4. I knew what I had to do. Rule 13. The true end of this road merges with a larger road at a three-way stop. If any students are still on the bus once you passed all 5 stops, go back to the front of the road and try again. Keep doing this until all students have reached their stops, or if you get too tired to continue. I sighed as I left the stop. You know you're going to have to drive down this road again, right? Tommy asked. Yeah, I know. Hey, at least this time you'll be more prepared. And you know that there's a fake bus stop between stops 1 and 2. And you know that the mansion is between stops 4 and 5. This doesn't refresh every time you go down the road, unlike the Rule 3 road and the dead end. Alright, I'll go back and do another round. As I continued down the road, I found the semi-truck, or what was left of it. I parked the bus next to the truck to get a better look at it. The truck seemed to have crashed straight into a tree instead of turning for the curve. The trailer's walls were partially melted, causing the roof to collapse onto the burning wooden crates inside. The body of the truck was completely destroyed, with only the chassis and engine block still being recognizable. In the melting remains of the cab, I saw the charred skeleton of the driver. It's terrifying to think that could have been me. Holy crap, a student muttered. Tommy and I got out of the bus and walked to the side of the truck to further investigate what the heck had happened here. Looking at the vague remains of the truck, I determined that the skeleton was in the bed at the back of the cab. I theorized that the owner's blinding lights caused the driver to be unable to see the road, and was therefore unaware of the curve. After the crash, the driver hid in the back of the truck in the fetal position, as the owners brightened their lights to the point that the heat literally melted the steel body of the truck. This, combined with the fuel tanks that were set on fire, burned the driver to the point where it was just a skeleton. Are we looting this one too? Tommy asked. I don't think there's anything valuable that's still intact. I'm just investigating what the heck happened here. Look man, I'm just as horrified as you are. I've heard of disappearances related to the mansion owners, but I've never seen what happened to them. The rules were just updated accordingly. We returned to the bus and continued down the road. I found the end of the road and made a left turn onto Route 3, intending to go back to the beginning of Old Military Road. Not long after I got on the road, I heard a student scream. What the? She was interrupted by her own choking. George, stop the bus now, Tommy instructed, as if I wasn't already doing that. I got out of my seat and looked back to see several students fighting a wire that was strangling the student. The wires had come to life and were crawling around like snakes. We evacuated the bus and I locked the doors hoping that they couldn't unlock them. Once we were outside, I freed the student from the wire that was choking her. I then inspected that wire and saw the copper bending and contorting on its own. The wires were fiddling around in the driver's seat, but they couldn't start the bus because I had the keys. Now what? A student asked. I could call 911, I replied. Man, what are you going to tell them? That we're being attacked by copper snakes? Tommy asked rhetorically. I paused for a moment before I had an idea. I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? There are these snake things on my bus. I managed to trap them all inside, but I can't get rid of them. And what's your address, sir? I'm on Route 3 near the spot where Old Military Road merges onto the highway. Okay, sir, we have sent animal control to deal with the situation. Can you stay on the line for me? Yeah, I can do. I was interrupted by the engine roaring to life. How? Sir, what is going on? The bus accelerated and drove into a guardrail on the side of the road at an angle, and was pushed back onto the road by the guardrail. The bus continued accelerating as fast as it could, while scraping against the guardrail to guide it down the highway. What? The snakes just hijacked the bus. Tommy spoke for me. The operator tried her best to stay professional, but she couldn't avoid letting out a chuckle about how ridiculous this situation was. Okay, we're going to deal with that as well. What direction is the bus going? It's going east, but is scraping against the guardrail to guide it down the road. All right, sir. We've dispatched several units to close the road until the runaway vehicle is stopped. Do you need a ride? Yes, ma'am, but there's 8 of us. I'm a school bus driver. That's fine. We can dispatch 3 units to take you to your destination. Oh, okay. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. A few minutes later, 3 police cars arrived. I told the officers to take us back to the bus yard. As we drove down the highway, we found the bus. The wires had figured out how to use the steering wheel, but still had no idea what they were doing. They were swerving all over the road attempting to not scrape against the guardrail. I don't think they had any other perception of reality outside of touch. Multiple police cruisers and even a SWAT truck were chasing the bus at this point. It seemed that police from nearby towns were called in to help with this pursuit. Once we had passed the bus, the officer in the vehicle I was in interviewed me as we traveled to our destination. Sir, how did these snakes get into your bus? I was at a bus stop when they somehow snuck in and tried to choke out one of my students, and we had to evacuate the bus so I could free the student from the snake that was strangling her. I partially lied. Why did you and your students evacuate the bus? Well, I didn't want to be attacked by the snakes as I fought the snake that was strangling one of my students. There were like 50 of them, so if I stayed in there, all of us probably would have been strangled to death. We arrived at the bus yard a few minutes later. I thanked the officers and I went to the guard. The officers then turned around and drove back to help pursue the bus. Hey guard, it's me again. The guard paused whatever he was doing on his phone and he studied me for a moment. Oh, hey George, where's the bus? Oh, it was stolen by copper snakes. Yeah, of course they did. These jobs are weird as heck. Wait, you too? Yeah, come in, I want to show you something. The guard unlocked the thick steel door and invited us in. The shack had a desk against the back wall and an office chair facing the table, while also being next to the window on the wall to its left. Above the desk was a wall of 6 monitors on the back wall, each displaying the input of a camera somewhere in the yard. The desk had a laptop on it in front of 2 of the monitors, though those monitors can be seen if the laptop is closed. The shack was large enough for all of us to fit inside, though it was still a bit cramped. He picked up the paper I saw him look at when I first got here. Rules for Frederickson bus yard guarding. You must follow these rules when guarding the bus yard. We cannot ensure your safety if you break any of these rules. 1. Only the following people are permitted to enter the bus yard: Ernest Frederickson, Anna Evergreen, Harry Williams, George Redwood. If someone arrives that identifies as someone not on this list, hold them at gunpoint until they leave or you have to shoot them to defend yourself. 2. If a bus or other vehicle in the yard starts its engine for no reason, close the metal shades on the window and wait until it turns off. It may attempt to accelerate, but all buses and vehicles should be in park, so this won't work. Do not, under any circumstances, make your presence known until the engine stops. 3. If one of the monitors starts showing static, smash it with a crowbar that we provided for you if possible. If you are currently experiencing Rule 2 at the same time, unplug the power strip all the monitors are powered by, and get as far away from the monitor as you can without exiting the shack. Keep track of which monitor was showing static earlier, such as putting a sticky note on it. Once Rule 2 ends, smash the monitor before turning the rest of them back on. 4. At any time, a man may show up thinking your shack is a snack bar. Give him something to eat, or you'll be the snack. If you cannot give him a snack due to Rule 2, call us and continue hiding until we've dealt with the situation. 5. If the sun turns red, don't look at the sky for a prolonged period of time. You won't die, but the red sun will literally destroy your retinas if you look at it for more than a few seconds. The same may happen if you look at the sky, though it'll take a little longer. Both of these are safe to look at through a camera, and pictures taken of the sky or sun cannot harm you, but they can damage the camera similar to how they can damage your eyes. 6. Don't sleep on the job, just don't. If you get too tired to continue your shift, alert us and we'll send someone to take your shift. Only leave once your replacement has arrived. Do not trust your peripheral vision if this happens. 7. If you see a shadow figure roaming the nearby area, pretend that it doesn't exist. Do not let it know it has physically entered our world. 8. At around 3 a.m., your mother may show up and ask you about your job. She'll look like she does in the present, but if she's dead, she'll look like she did shortly before her death. If you're adopted, your biological mother will show up and act like she knows you. If this happens, pretend you don't know her and tell her to get out. After I read it, the students took turns reading the rules for themselves. As we were doing this, my bus showed up. It took a while to get it here as it kept hitting those things along the way. The bus was still being chased by several police cruisers and the SWAT truck. We got out of the shack and watched as the wires completely ignored the nearby curve and drove into a tree. They then turned the steering wheel as far right as it could go, before reversing into the same tree again. The bus accelerated forward, swerving all over the place as it drove across the road and right through the fence, only stopping when it struck one of the buses. The wires paused for a moment before they were about to continue their reckless journey. However, the hood was still open from when the engine was disabled by the creatures from Old Military Road. So, one of the officers pulled out a shotgun and shot the engine repeatedly. The most American thing I've ever seen. This actually worked as one of the bullets sliced the serpentine belt, causing the bus to lose several important functions. The wires reversed back onto the road in a straight line, as they no longer had powered steering. It continued driving, but it couldn't do much due to the lack of powered steering, and the engine eventually overheated and stopped right before it struck that same tree again, this time causing it to fall over and collapse onto the roof of the bus. As the wires were trying to figure out what was going on, the officers investigated the bus. The guard, the students, and I got closer now that the bus could no longer run us over. The officer that had interviewed me earlier saw us approach the bus. "You call these things snakes?" he asked me rhetorically. "If I told you my bus was stolen by giant copper worms, you would have not believed me," I replied. "Yeah, good point. So now what?" "I don't know, they seem stuck in there, so we might just leave them in there and tow the bus." I was about to reply when the officer's radio received a message. "Philip, an armored truck got on the road and is going westbound towards your location." "Sarah, weren't you blocking one of the entrances to the road?" "Yeah, but the vehicle drove over my car and got on the road. It's that big. I think it's one of those marauders from that Top Gear episode." The rest of the officers were now gathered around Philip to hear what Sarah was saying. "I wasn't in the car though. I was telling the driver why the road was closed when he drove over my car right after I told him why." "Alright, copy that." Philip ended the call. "Yeah, you know what she said. Use your vehicles and the bus to form a barricade. This won't stop the truck, but it'll delay us long enough to open fire on it." The truck eventually showed up, and it was indeed a black marauder. The marauder was being chased by even more police cars. A police helicopter was hovering far above us now. The car barricade would stand no chance against the marauder. The truck stopped, coming to a halt a few yards from the barricade. Not because the barricade would stop it, but because the driver found what he was looking for: the bus. It was clear that the driver was looking for the wires, implied by how swiftly he got on the road after Sarah informed him why the road was closed. The officers took one look at the vehicle and knew they were screwed. The helicopter descended and hovered next to the marauder, but fled when it started being shot at by a man in the passenger seat. I noticed that it was actually a news helicopter, which explains why it did that. One of the officers called the dispatcher. "We're going to need backup. Send in the US military. There's no way we can force the driver to get out." The driver got on the truck's intercom. "This is the Red Moth auction hall. One of our clients reported an item stolen. We are here to retrieve it." Another officer grabbed a megaphone from her car to join the amplified shouting match. "Sir, that does not justify running over an officer's vehicle and evading the—" "Yes, it does. You wouldn't understand." While this was happening, a blue 2010's Ford pickup along with a police cruiser escorting it arrived at the bus yard from Riverside Street. The truck drove through the hole created by the bus and stopped beside us. And the officer in the police cruiser went to join whatever was happening at the intersection. An old man was inside the truck. Despite his age, he stepped out of the truck with ease. "Rough first day, huh?" he asked me. The guard and I stared at him in confusion. The students stared at us in confusion, giving us a look that said, "Wait, you don't know this guy." After an awkward moment of silence, the man identified himself. "Oh, I'm Ernest Fredrickson, the dude who hired you. Sorry about that." Not knowing who this guy was, a million questions went through my head. But before I could ask any of those questions, the driver of the Marauder opened his door to throw grenades at the officers. But he made a fatal mistake. Either he didn't notice us standing 20 feet away, or he didn't expect us to intervene. This is when I leapt into action. I grabbed the guard's hand and we ran to the truck. Ernest pulled out his firearm and joined us. The driver noticed us and quickly threw the grenades he already activated in advance, and he tried to close the door. But before he was able to, I managed to get my left wrist stuck between the door and the wall of the truck, stopping the door from being closed. The driver attempted to repeatedly slam the door on my wrist, hoping that I would remove it because of the pain, but I didn't. While this was happening, the guard and Ernest opened fire at the driver. About half the bullets struck the door, but the other half managed to get into the cab, and most of those hit the driver. We ripped the door out of the dead man's grip and I climbed into the truck to unbuckle his seatbelt, so we could remove the body from the seat. But when I climbed under the seat of the truck, I found another man in the passenger seat, with the exact same attire as the driver, that being what seemed to be a black version of what the US Army wears. I noticed that he had a rifle, so I was forced to shoot him to avoid being shot myself. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. The grenades the driver threw earlier landed behind the barricade and blew up, injuring several officers. Some of these surviving officers tended to the injured ones, while the rest came over to the Marauder to inspect it. The three of us returned to the yard where the kids were. Shortly after the officers had entered the Marauder, the back doors opened and 8 men rushed out of the truck. They all had the same attire as the 2 in the front, and 3 of them had briefcases for some reason. 5 officers chased them on foot. We all thought this was the end as none of them had any weapons. Or at least we thought. The one with the briefcases stopped for a moment and threw their briefcases at the officers. One of them had managed to strike an officer, knocking him to the ground. But the briefcases had another use other than being a projectile. Because as the officers passed them, they were detonated, causing a massive explosion. Chunks of briefcase were flung outward, functioning as shrapnel. One of them hit Tommy, 2 hit the girl who was being strangled by the wire earlier, 1 hit Angela, and 2 more hit each me and Ernest. Luckily, we all survived with minor injuries. When the smoke cleared up, we saw the scene that lied before us. The Marauder suffered very little damage and the bus's body was heavily damaged but still intact, including the windows. The windshield was struck by 4 briefcase chunks, leaving spiderweb cracks where they collided with the windshield. The body of the police cars were ripped apart from the force of the explosion, and the fuel tanks were spilling gasoline all over the road. Even the traffic lights at the intersection were bent. The 7 ambulances arrived from Riverside Street, intending to treat the officers injured by the grenade explosion, but found far more than they had bargained for. But in a dark twist of irony, this was still enough ambulances to transport the surviving officers to the hospital. Out of the 8 men in the back of the Marauder, 5 of them survived with minor injuries. The other 3 were dead or seriously injured. All 7 of the kids hid in the guard shack as the guard Ernest and I approached the group with our weapons drawn. As soon as they saw us, the healthy ones dropped their injured comrades and fled down Route 3 on foot, in the same direction the Marauder came from. The 3 of us chased them and managed to shoot all 5 of them. We walked back to the yard and saw a man talking with the paramedics. "What do you mean? The snack bar is right there. What do you mean it's not open?" Crap, they didn't know. Rule number 4. At any time a man may show up thinking your shack is a snack bar, give him something to eat or you'll be the snack. If you cannot give him a snack due to Rule 2, call us and continue hiding until we've dealt with the situation. We continued approaching the ambulances, but still try not to attract the man's attention. "Sir, we're paramedics. We do not have a snack bar." The man went from annoyed to angry. His voice became incredibly deep and demonic. "Give me a snack right now." The paramedic stared at the man, very confused at what just happened. The man's fingernails grew incredibly quickly, and they transformed into claws in the process. He used his Wolverine hands to attack the man, peeling off a thick and large chunk of his forearm. The paramedic ran off and screamed in agony due to being literally skinned alive. The man's fingernails broke off and the man returned to normal. "Thanks, have a nice day," he said as if he just bought this chunk of human flesh from a snack bar. He left in the direction he seemed to have come from. Several shadow figures appeared near him and wandered aimlessly. Rule 7. If you see a shadow figure roaming their nearby area, pretend that it doesn't exist. Don't let it know that it has physically entered our world. I walked up to the paramedics to inform them of Rule 7. Luckily, they complied, as they all witnessed what happens if you break Rule 4. The paramedics continued loading the injured officers into the ambulances, with the one that was skinned alive joining them, when a heavy-duty tow truck that was going way too fast for Riverside Street bashed through 2 of the ambulances that were in its way, while making a sharp right turn into the left lane of Route 3, almost flipping over in the process. This truck was definitely able to tow the bus, and that's exactly what they did. The truck reversed to the bus and 2 men got out, almost identical to the 10 in the Marauder, and quickly hooked up the bus to the tow cable. The men got back into their truck and sped off in the direction that the truck was facing. This all happened within 15 seconds. The paramedics were about to nope out of there, but the men in the tow truck didn't have time to attack them. Both of the ambulances that were damaged were still drivable. One of the paramedics was injured by the truck's crash, having been ran over by his own ambulance, and had to be transported to the hospital by his coworkers. He is expected to make a full recovery. Out of these 17 officers that were at this war zone, only 7 survived. All 5 of the officers that were perusing the men were blown to bits due to being so close to the explosion. 3 officers were inside of the Marauder at the time of the explosion, and they all survived with virtually no injuries. 7 officers were injured by the grenades. Out of them, 4 were declared dead at the scene, 2 died on the way to the hospital, and only 1 survived. She is severely injured but is expected to make a full recovery. Out of the 4 officers tending to the injured 7, 1 died at the scene, 1 was critically injured, and the other 2 survived with minor injuries as they were behind the bus at the time. The one that was critically injured is also expected to make a full recovery. I don't know where the other 6 officers were at the time of the explosion, but they all died at the scene. When interviewed, I told them what happened and explained that I said snakes because they wouldn't believe me if I told them the truth. The only difference is that I said a pile of copper wires was next to a bus stop and they invaded the bus. The students all told the same lie. Ernest, the guard, and the surviving officers backed up my story saying that there were wires in the bus. None of us were charged with anything, and the 3 of us that raided the Marauder were praised for our bravery. All 10 of the men died at the scene. Their bodies couldn't be identified. The Marauder was impounded by the police. Its license plate revealed that the vehicle was registered under the name Alfred Cornell, with the address being resident somewhere in Maine. When the police went to that location, they found an empty lot in a semi-remote location, with nothing on it other than a brick wall that was 20 feet long, 8 feet tall, and 1 foot wide. The tow truck and my bus were never seen again, for now at least. Ernest tried to track down the bus, but its tracker was disabled somehow. The news station that tried to film the massacre was ordered by the federal government to delete the limited footage they had captured, and to never speak of this until further notice. The rest of us that witnessed the event were essentially given NDAs by the government. The family members of the dead officers were given large settlements. These surviving officers had their medical bills paid for, and they were given a smaller settlement for their troubles. The 7 students that didn't make it to their stop were taken care of by Ernest, his wife, and his 3 middle-aged children until they could be returned home. Ernest told me that I wasn't actually being paid $20 an hour. The ad was only listed that way to not attract unwanted attention. I was actually being paid $200 an hour, and he gave me a $1,000 bonus for my troubles today. The guard's wage was also multiplied by 10, and he also got a $1,000 bonus. I told Ernest what actually happened, and we now have a 14th rule for the bus drivers. Rule 14. Do not steal from the mansion owners, because they will find you, and they will do whatever it takes to get their stuff back. By day, I clean up roadkill. By night, I hunt cryptids. Night 1. While I'm not at the liberty to say which state had done so, I can tell you that around a year ago, I picked up a job removing those corpses you see at the side of the road. Some are spotted easy, and the pickup is as easy as cleaning up the carcass and chucking it. Sometimes the roadkill is left for days or hit by several cars, and these cases are a pain in the ass. A lot goes into making sure your kids don't break out crying on your 5-hour road trip when they see Bambi on the side of the road. The work is quiet. People don't bother you, and other than an intercom on my dashboard telling me where to go, I have little reason to talk to anyone. I just traverse the highways in my truck, and that looks eerily similar to what horror movies would have you expect somebody in my profession to be driving. In life, you go through changes. Not all of them are welcome, but they're going to happen whether you're ready or not. Just gotta roll with the punches. And that's what I'm doing. Scraping remains off 4 lanes isn't enough to pay the bills though. And it was around the time I was close to losing my home, and that a peculiar phone call gave me an interesting change. I can't remember the date, but around 3 months ago, I was approached with an offer that at first was nothing but humorous. They told me that the line of work I was already in would seemingly integrate into the work they had lined up for me. And they were right. I was used to a long ride, solitude, and most importantly, I knew how to dispose of an animal. With cautious hesitation, I agreed, and not a day passed before I received my first call. The encounter nearly made me quit on the spot, until I saw the pay. I could afford a nice shiny pickup truck, but I can't imagine the use of owning something like that, and spraying the thing down every night. Besides, old Elvis had been keeping me company ever since I pulled my first animal remains off the black tar. Even more so, ever since my first night with that thing. I wised up and I began to teach Elvis some new tricks. The truck ain't pretty on the outside, but it could outrace 80% of the cars that I see passing me by. There's no need for me to elaborate much on my time back then. I don't think either of my employers would be too keen of recounting all that. Nor would they like what I'm doing right now, but for the sake of compilation, I'm writing my jabs down from now on. You see, from 9 to 5 I do nothing but wait until some poor animal's time is up, or nature kills it. Once that shift ends though, I sit by my radio and I wait. Sometimes minutes, sometimes hours. Until I hear faint static kick and give me the location, the situation and the cryptid I'd be hunting that evening. You've no doubt heard stories of some of the cryptids you can come across. Some are even famous. For every cryptid that you've heard of, there's 10 more waiting in the bushes. Those are the ones that I'm called to take care of. Not all of them are out to harm humans, and some can exist peacefully with the surrounding ecosystems. But when one goes rogue or harms their biome, and that's what I'm called in. Tonight I was called in to take care of a swift bastard called the Mile Wolf. They all have cute little nicknames like that. The Mile Wolf was once thought to be a rare category of cryptids. That were singular in nature, meaning that it was the only one of its kind. It wasn't until 2 attacks were sighted 10 miles apart in the time frame of 5 minutes. These things are fast, but not that fast. Thank God. They're agile and cunning, so when one is spotted it becomes a priority. They attack humans for food and seemingly for sport, and they also feed on any species of wolf that seem to live in the area. And the attacks resemble that of a pack of wolves with how vicious the claw and bite marks can be. So after receiving the call, I made my way to the cold storage where I kept any clean roadkill and I pulled a deer from the freezer. It was a heavy bastard. I located the site on the map. Some backwoods car path that was primarily used by lost foreigners. It had one way in and out, making it a perfect road to plot a trap on. So that's what I did. So then after gathering the necessary supplies, I chucked everything into the truck bed and I took off. By the time I finally hit the road, the sun had long since left the sky and it was approaching noon. This is typically the best time for hunts. The fewer people the better, but if you wait too long, you risk the thing hauling it up for the night. Mile wolves are very adept at making themselves invisible, and can even trick passing observers into thinking that they're just witnessing a normal wolf. The Mile wolf gets its name from its body structure. If you were looking at it head-on, all you would see is a very tall wolf. Its legs are thin and stretched, giving a malnourished appearance. Their height could dwarf the extinct dire wolves. I've heard of mile wolves that have reached up to 6 feet in height. I'm thankful I've never seen any of those though. The community is still split on whether or not mile wolves have a hierarchy like regular packs do. And if they do, that 6-footer was no doubt the alpha. Their tall stature isn't their main feature. No, it gets weirder. The mile wolf will rarely be seen from the side, but if you're able to catch a glimpse, you'll see a long cylindrical-like stomach and chest. They've been compared to snakes and worms, but I see a stronger resemblance to ferrets. They can reach over 10 feet in length, and you can tell they're hungry if the middle of their tube-like body is sagging. If that's something you manage to see, it's already too late for you. As I've said before too, these suckers are fast. It doesn't matter if they're running away or towards you, they're faster. Their bodies allow them to slink through the forest as if they were made of water. And if you wanted to kill one, you would have to do it so swiftly, but even that wouldn't be easy. For whatever reason, all these cryptids have accelerated healing and the mile wolf is among the worst of them. Unlike the worms that they resemble, a limb or even half of its body will begin to regrow after being severed. There is one thing that can halt the healing completely, and it's far too cliché for my taste, but it gets the job done. Going over the plan in my head, I pulled up to my destination. About halfway through the secluded trail, and I turned the truck off. I withdrew several small speakers from the back of the truck and I placed them at random positions on the road. On the side of the road, I placed a uniform row of rusty iron and I covered them with leaves. Mile wolves will not make a sound as they approach you. If you are hunting one, you must act fast and quiet, or the tables will turn before you can even realize you're drawing your last breath. Their teeth are some of the sharpest that I've ever seen. They would slice through a tree faster than a chainsaw if one had the mind to do so. Reaching into my truck, I pulled the double-barrel shotgun I bought my first day of this job. It and Elvis got together well. And then my hands found the revolver and I dropped a single very expensive bullet into the chamber. I placed them on the road, laying them gently next to a ghillie suit. And then the final piece was dragged from the truck bed. Several space heaters were focused on the deer. The stench that it gave off was horrendous, but it was powerful and I didn't have time to pay it any mind. I placed it in the road, a safe distance from the speakers, iron, and my own supplies. With a hunting knife, I stuck the deer's stomach and I pulled, the fine skin giving away easily as I felt a flow of red run past my hands. Quickly I rushed to the open door of my truck and I took one last heavy breath, just to center myself. My hands pressed hard on the car's steering wheel and the horn cried loud into the vast silence of the night, bouncing through the trees. Slamming the door, I swiftly made my way to the ghillie suit and I threw myself under it. I lay on the road, watching the deer's body lying on the road, moonlight as my only source of light. I could see it reflecting off the pool now surrounding the deer. Mile wolves are cautious. I had no doubt that it was sizing up the deer. I had no doubt that it wanted the easy prey. Before I knew it, a shadow lunged onto the lifeless deer. Ugly sounds of gnawing, like ripping sheets of paper, could be heard from the mass of meat. My fingers wrapped around the grip of my shotgun. There was going to be no opening. I was just going to have to go for it and hope everything worked out. You have to take leaps of faith like that a lot in my line of work. Going over the plan one more time in my head, I readied and I calmed myself. It was time. Like a maniac, I sprung from under the ghillie suit and I readied my shotgun. Before I even raised the barrel, it was already aware of me. Its long, slender body began contorting to face me. I didn't have the time, so without a clear shot, I pulled the trigger. The recoil jarred me for a minute, but I could see I did some damage to its legs. The mile wolf swung away from me after being shot. It was attempting to flee. It made it several feet and a large hum emanated from the speakers, frightening the mile wolf. As it picked a new direction, another speaker went off. It made a frantic sprint towards my truck. My finger clicked a small rubber button on my keys and the lights of the truck shone brightly, piercing the dark. The road lit and I could now see the mile wolf's albino white hair that was standing on end like it was a pissed off cat. Along with the lights, the radio and the speakers mounted atop good old Elvis chimed a wonderful tune of harsh static. The mile wolf retched and ran towards the side of the road. And the biggest part of this job is having foresight. You are hunting the things that go bump in the night. Most of them are still animals though, and they can be predicted. As I watched the mile wolf clamber to the side of the road, I heard the harsh clamping of the row of bear traps. I knew that I was chalking up another successful hunt. The thing's frantic movements had been its undoing. If just one or two of its legs had been caught, it could have gnawed them off and I would have no chance of catching up. But it had slipped and the traps closed in on its stomach and near just below its neck. As I walked over, I pulled out the revolver. If left be, this thing would recover and be angrier than ever. It looked up at me and flashed bright green eyes, giving off several cries for mercy. But the mile wolf is crafty. If you show it mercy, it will not return the favor. I had more than enough time. I aimed up the perfect shot, and with the pull of the trigger, you know this story by now. It's been common in the past year. The pandemic ravaged economies worldwide. Small businesses went bankrupt in droves because of lockdowns. And I'm one of the unlucky ones that found themselves without a paycheck for next month's rent. There's not much to say about myself. I'm an average guy. Average height, weight, and build. Average low-income job. Average crappy apartment, average bills. Until the local fast food joint went under after a month without business. So I did what everyone else did at that time. I started job hunting. Sending out CVs, going from interview to interview. Losing my hope bit by bit with each phone call. I didn't have anything to stand out from the crowd. No skill that was in demand. I finished high school and figured I would spend the rest of my life working minimum wage and playing video games. Mass salvation from eviction came out of the blue, in a form I never expected. As a last-ditch attempt, I signed up with a job agency, hoping they would succeed where I had failed. I went through the usual procedure of signing contracts, and they sent out my CV. Barely 3 days later, I got the much-awaited phone call. It's a pretty unusual gig, the agent told me. A guy named Seb, about my age and in no better position in life than mine. But it pays well. I'm game, I said without hesitation. With no savings, a quarter of a gas tank, and only loose change left of my last paycheck, I couldn't turn down anything. When's the interview? No interview, Seb told me. They want to talk to you over the phone, but from what they told me, it's pretty much an accept and you're hired deal. That's not at all suspicious. Hey man, it's up to you if you accept, Seb told me. It's a bit suspicious, but you said you're desperate, so I bumped you up the wait list. It probably pays under the table, but hey. He started, but I cut over him. It's better than going hungry. Exactly, Seb said. So stick with it, but call back. Worst case scenario, you only have to work there until I find you something else. I will, I assured him. And thanks. No problem, he answered. I'll give them your number. Expect a call in the next few days. And with that, he hung up. I got busy around the apartment with chores, but didn't get 3 minutes deep before my phone rang again. I ran to answer it, having left it charging in the bedroom. Hello, I greeted as I put it to my ear. Good afternoon. Is this Mr. Mark? A delicate, feminine voice asked. That's me, I said, stifling a giggle at hearing Mr. and my name used together. Perfect, the woman said. My name is Anna, and I'm calling you on behalf of my employer. From what I understand, you're in search of a job. I am, I answered. Awesome, Anna said with enthusiasm. Not the corny HR type either, but genuine enthusiasm, like she was happy. So, how is this gonna work, Miss Anna? I asked. Do I come over for some aptitude test or something? Oh, no, Anna said with amusement. Nothing of that sort. Stay on the line and go to your front door, she instructed. Her request was more than a bit concerning, but I did what she had asked of me. I got to my front door, which led to the floor's corridor, and looked through the peephole. I didn't see anyone. So, do I open it? I asked. Yes, Anna answered. There should be something on your front doorstep. This whole situation felt faker by the moment. At this point, I was expecting it to be a prank from Seb or something. Maybe he actually worked for one of those prank shows and the job agency was just a facade. I opened the door, expecting a jump scare and a nearby camera to catch all of it, but no one was there. Instead, I saw an envelope on my doormat, placed neatly in the center. An envelope, I asked. Yep, Anna answered. Take it inside and open it. I picked up the dirty yellow thing, pinching it between two fingers as I walked to my kitchen. I sat down at the small table and gingerly opened it, finding a blank piece of old-looking paper inside, along with an expensive-looking fountain pen. Do you read horror stories online, Mr. Mark? Anna asked. Creepypasta, short stories, found footage types. No, I'm not into reading, I answered. Never was, especially horror. Then you'll have to do a bit of research, I'm afraid, she said, and I could tell that a bit of wind was gone from her sails. Do you want me to write horror stories? I asked. I mean, I could, but I'm no Stephen King. No horror stories, Mr. Mark, Anna assured me. Your job will consist of writing sets of rules. Miss Anna, I'll be real with you for a moment. You lost me, I admitted, convinced that I'd blown it anyway. Let me explain, Anna said quickly. It all makes sense in a minute. Go ahead, I'm listening. Your job will consist in coming up with sets of rules, like I already said. You will be given a setting, usually an unsettling one, and you'll have to build said set of rules around that setting. No story, no characters, and no events, just the rules. Do you understand, Mr. Mark? Not really, I admitted. Read up some stories then. Look for ones where people find rules at new jobs, or when moving to a new home or school. You're bound to find some. Read them and use the pen and paper we provided to write similar rules. When the list is done, place it back inside the envelope and leave it on your doorstep. You have until tomorrow at dusk. If the envelope isn't on your doorstep by then, we'll assume you're not interested. I'll give it a shot, I said after a few moments of thinking. It wasn't like I had anything better to do with my time. What's the setting? The first one is a test, Anna said. So make the setting whatever you want. We want to see if you offer what we're looking for. Try to make it as scary as possible, she said cheerily. I'll give it my best, I said, trying to fake the slightest amount of enthusiasm. That's the spirit, Mr. Mark, Anna said. We expect great things from you. I will return with another call after the list is appraised. We will discuss your salary then. We said our goodbyes and she hung up. I made a coffee despite the hour, brought my laptop into the kitchen and started researching. A quick Google search revealed treasure troves of material, many stories like Anna had described, and just as many communities centered around these stories. Communities like this one. I took to reading the most popular stories I found, which in all honesty was a total drag. I really don't like reading. Still, in a few hours I had a good understanding of what I was supposed to do. Some of these stories creep me out, I'll admit. I'm not a horror enthusiast, but I'm not a scaredy cat either. Which is all to say that it takes a bit of effort to get under my skin. By midnight, I picked a setting and churned out the first set of rules. They weren't good or scary by any measure, so I went back on them and did them again, distilling that creepy feeling further. At the time, I thought that maybe I had a knack for writing, a hidden talent that I had never picked up on up to that point. I could already see books with my name on them, earning me serious cash. Looking back on it, I realized it was just the newfound sense of purpose after almost a month without one that had spurred me on. Anyway, after multiple revisions, I was satisfied with the result. So, I wrote the rules on the paper and put it back inside the envelope. Seeing that it was nearly 4 a.m., and I had been awake for almost 22 hours at that point, I went to sleep. I woke up at about 2 in the afternoon, and decided to leave the envelope outside as Anna had instructed, but to keep on the lookout and see who would come for it. I was still convinced it was a prank show or something like that, but I figured I would get some cash for my effort and for the right to broadcast it. and so I waited, eyes glued to the people. 5 minutes turned to 10, and then to half an hour, but no one came. Of course, no one would come, I thought. How would they even know if I don't call them? As I was ready to throw in the towel and call Seb, my phone rang. I recognized the number right away. "Good afternoon, Mr. Mark." Anna greeted me. "Hello," I said. "The list is done. Will you send someone to pick it up?" I asked. "Well, that's what I'm calling you for," Anna answered. "The rules have been appraised. My superiors are very satisfied with your work. You're hired, Mr. Mark." "How? When?" I asked, dumbfounded, opening the door and finding the envelope still there. "You start tonight at 10 p.m., a 9-hour shift including breaks. I will text you the address shortly," Anna said, ignoring my question. "We hope to see you there, Mr. Mark." With that cheerful remark, she hung up. I tried to call back a few times, but it never went through. A chirpy, robotic voice told me that the number was no longer in use. I received a text a few minutes later that contained an address about half an hour away, but trying to call that number gave the same result. I was creeped out before, but this sealed the deal. I didn't know what they were playing at. I just knew that I wanted no part in it anymore. So I resolved to call Seb back, politely asking him, "What the heck?" and to tell him to find me something else. But before I got to do any of that, I noticed something out of place. The envelope was placed neatly in the center of the doormat again. I picked it up cautiously, eyeing the empty corridor for any sign of movement. The envelope felt thicker between my fingers, but ever so slightly lighter than before. Opening it, I found $300 inside in $20 bills. I know that might not sound like much, and it really isn't an exorbitant amount of money, but at that moment, it was a lifesaver for me. So, despite my better judgment, I gave it a try after all. I had already got $300 out of the deal that far, so it was definitely worth my time if nothing else. I went grocery shopping to restock the fridge, filled up the car, cooked and ate a proper dinner for the first time that month, and waited for night to come. I left home 40 minutes before my shift. The phone's GPS picked up the address right away, leading me out of the city and onto some battered country roads. I passed through a few small towns on the way, but barely saw any other cars on the road. The GPS led me off of asphalt and onto beaten dirt at some point, into some dark woods. Alarm bells went off in my head, telling me how bad of an idea this was, but I ignored them. The belief that this was just a prank grew stronger, pushing back against the mounting dread and paranoia. After 10 more minutes through the woods, I saw something between the trees. A 3-story building with a flat rooftop, lined with dark windows. The GPS pointed me straight at it, and as I approached, a tall concrete fence topped with barbed wire came into view. Some empty parking spaces greeted me as I entered the clearing, so I pulled into one. I was close enough to the gate to see that the chain around its handles dangled freely, leaving it unlocked. I got out of my car cautiously, leaving the engine running in case I needed to make a hasty retreat. "Guys, you can come out," I yelled into the silent night. "I know this is a prank, haha, you got me good." No answer came, but I waited for a couple of minutes hoping that they would give up. I was sure there were cameras and some bushes nearby filming me, waiting for my reaction. But instead, as a handful of minutes turned to 10, nothing happened. I walked closer to the gate to try to see if anyone was inside, and the feeling of dread that was steadily building up inside of me shot up to 11. Next to the gate, mounted on the flat surface of the cement fence, was a metal plate. This can't be real. It's impossible, I thought as I read the text on the plate. Sunny Hills Asylum was written on it, along with the address in a smaller font. The location I imagined for my set of rules. They probably got access to my search history, I thought. I probably saw that name somewhere in a story and I appropriated it, and they figured it out. I was half satisfied with my conclusion, but it didn't make my mounting panic go away. If this was some prank show, it was awfully elaborate. I didn't know how to proceed. I was torn between returning to my car to leave or going inside to see this through. Looking back to the forest for any signs of life, I noticed movement in the darkness. Something was there, but it was too fast to be human. It darted between the trees, hiding in their foliage, and I felt a bout of nausea when I caught sight of it again. That sealed it. I didn't want to stick around and risk getting mauled by some wild animal. I pulled out my phone as I power walked to the car and saw the clock turn to 10 p.m. The car produced a stutter, and I heard its engine die. What the hell? I thought with confusion. The car was a piece of crap, but it didn't have any problems I knew of besides being a bit old. I dashed to it and threw myself in the driver's seat, reaching for the keys to try and start the car. The engine rumbled, but it failed with a pathetic sputter. A flash of movement in the clearing got my attention, as I was about to give it another try, but I lost sight of whatever it was. That was until it collided with the passenger side window, shattering it and raining bits of glass on me. "What the heck?" I yelled, my panic in full swing. Nothing was there, but I knew it could be back any moment. With shaking fingers, I reached for the keys again and tried the ignition. Nothing. "Crap," I yelled, slamming my hand on the steering wheel. My phone rang in my pocket, making me jump back in the seat. I pulled it out, dropped it between the seats, and tried to fish it out. Another impact shook the car, shattering the back window. My fingers snagged on the phone, and I pulled it out in a frenzy. "Help!" I yelled into it the moment I answered the call. "Mr. Mark," Anna asked in the same calm and sweet tone as always. "We were expecting you inside. Is everything all right?" "Crap, I stuttered. "Something's attacking the car. I'm trapped." "Listen to me, Mr. Mark," Anna said, her voice a bit more urgent. "Keep calm, get out of the car and run inside. They won't follow you." "How do you know?" I asked. "What if?" A loud bang stopped the words in my throat. Something collided with the windshield, sending a spiderweb of cracks rippling through it. I panicked harder, struggling to undo my seatbelt. "Trust me," Anna yelled into my ear, "and run inside." I didn't need her to tell me a third time. The moment the seatbelt came undone, I shot out of the car. I landed on all fours and took off like that, getting to my feet after a few moments. Hasty footsteps echoed behind me, but I didn't turn around. I hauled it to and through the gate, in a terror-fueled sprint that I'm sure broke a world record or two. Once inside the yard, I ran to the building's door. I threw myself against it, but it opened without a hitch, so I crashed to the floor. After rolling to a stop on the thin carpet, I took a moment to catch my breath. "Mr. Mark," a voice called from my hands. "Are you still there? Did you make it?" Turned out, I managed to hold onto my phone even through my frantic dash for safety. The display was covered by an intricate fractal of cracks, the result of me running on all fours and smashing it against the pavement. But it still worked. I lifted it to my ear before I spoke. "Yeah," I answered Anna's call. "I made it inside. I think I'm safe." "Great," Anna said. "Please make your way to the 3rd floor. Your office is the 3rd door on the right." Click. She hung up again before I got to ask any questions. The realization that this was no prank, that I was in actual danger, finally sank in. I needed to get out on the double. But I can't get to my car with those things out there, I thought. I decided to put my phone to good use and call for help, but it was nearly impossible to navigate its menu. I couldn't see anything through the cracks. After a few minutes of fumbling around, doing my best to guess where everything was and what I was pressing, I managed to call 911. But the call didn't go through. I probably didn't have reception. Come on, I whined loudly. Being between a rock and a hard place, I decided my best chance of survival was to play along. Maybe Anna would call me again and I could tell her I wanted out. I walked to the elevator. Idling by its door as well, I waited for it to reach me. Looking around, I noticed how empty this place was. There was a receptionist desk at the entrance, but no one manned it. I could see a nurse cabinet through a tall glass door, but no one was inside. Besides my own breathing, there were no other sounds in the building. It felt like I was completely alone. The ding of the elevator shook me free from my stupor. Its doors parted, and I stepped inside cautiously, pressing the button for the third floor. The ride up was short, but not short enough, as it offered me enough time to delve into my thoughts again. The institution's name, its layout, the creatures that attacked me after 10 p.m. None of it added up. I didn't want to admit it, but I knew exactly what was going on. I was just hoping I was wrong. But when the elevator arrived on the third floor, when I opened the third door on the right, when I found a desk sat in front of a wall full of monitors, I realized with terror that I was right. The single, yellowed piece of old paper sat neatly in the desk center sealed the deal. This was the setting I'd imagined. With trembling hands, I picked up the piece of paper, recognizing my own handwriting. "You must be the new guy," I read. I dreaded reading further, but I needed to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was what I thought it was. "Sorry I couldn't be there to train you myself. You could have really used my knowledge to succeed in your new duties. Here's hope this list of rules will suffice, and help you see your first night through. If you make it until the morning, I strongly suggest you never come back here. No amount of money is worth it. With my personal advice out of the way, let's get to the rules. Rule number 1. Write your name and time of arrival in the logbook at the front desk at the beginning of your shift. The guard checks the logbook at 10:05 on the dot before making his rounds, and he'll use deadly force on anyone not signed in. If you forget, you have to avoid the guard for the rest of the night. I wanted to yell out again, in frustration and anger aimed at my own stupidity. I had already broken the first rule, and if the consequences would be what I imagined they would be when I wrote the thing, I broke the most important rule of all. I put the list down and looked at the camera feeds in front of me. Each monitor displayed one of the hospital's many corridors or rooms, but I was searching for one in particular. The reception area came into view, and through the grainy feed, I saw a thick book laying open on the desk. The guard already checked it, but I couldn't see him anywhere. That was bad news, horrible even. You see, I didn't imagine the guard as a normal, elderly man dutifully doing his rounds with a lantern and radio in hand, or even as a human for that matter. No, the best way to address the guard wasn't him, but it. It was a tall, wide figure striding down the corridors at night, in search of anything out of place. It was a faceless entity, incapable of feeling emotions like empathy or mercy. And it was strong, maybe insanely so, unwavering in its pursuit of ridding the property of unwanted guests. I envisioned the guard as an unlikely ally, something that could brave any adversity one might face during their shift, so long as one followed the rules. Otherwise, the guard was your worst enemy. Scanning the other monitors, I noticed a thick metal door shaking wildly in its hinges. The monitors didn't have any sound, but even so, I heard the metals rattles all the way up on the third floor. I watched with bated breath as the lock broke and the door swung open, revealing the thick darkness inside. something walked out of that darkness slowly, its eyes lifting to peer into the camera. I felt its gaze land on me through the monitor, freezing me still in my seat. The creature walked away slowly, and I couldn't look away from its mangled form. It was big and bulky, with swollen muscles covered in protruding veins. I don't doubt that any bodybuilder would be envious of its physique, save for the creature's deformities. One of its legs bends backward at the knee, the source of its slowness as it had to drag it along the floor. Its arms were two different lengths, with its right being the longer of the two. It was completely hairless, and had a horrified expression permanently frozen on its face. Simply looking at it kept me paralyzed with fear. After it walked outside of the camera's view, I broke free from the spell. I brought up the paper and kept reading, although I already knew what I would find. Rule number 2. Make your way to the monitoring room right away. You can take whatever route you want, but you have to pass by solitary confinement and say hi to Greg. If you fail to do this, Greg will break out, and we don't want that. In case you forget, you have to call the nurses to sedate him and bring him back to his cell. I had imagined the Sunny Hills Asylum as filled to the brim with patients, but they were all normal people. All save for Greg, who was a bit more special. Born to a possessed mother that was a part of a cult, Greg inherited her strength and wild demeanor. But the cult hadn't been kind to him as he grew up, putting him through rituals meant to bring out his latent powers. That resulted in a myriad of physical and mental conditions, and when the cultists finally got what they wanted, awakening Greg's potential, he slaughtered all of them. He was found by authorities a few months later, roaming the countryside, and they took him in, but he proved to be too strong for them, so they transferred him here to live the rest of his days in confinement. I, of course, know all of that because I made it up myself. Greg wasn't a real flesh and blood person, or at the very least, he was never supposed to be. But the part that broke my heart, I imagined him as needing that tiny bit of reassurance, that fleeting sense that someone in this world cared about him, to keep him sort of sane and docile. It's why I wrote that rule the way that I did, and breaking that rule also broke my spirit. Poor Greg didn't deserve this. None of it. The only silver lining was that Greg wouldn't come looking for me specifically. He would aimlessly wander the building until he was caught. I was tempted to go out and look for him myself, to right my wrong in the slightest, but I knew that was a bad idea. I searched the drawers for a radio and pulled it out when I found it. "Hello, can anyone hear me?" I asked, pressing the button and holding it close to my mouth. "Greg broke containment. We need a team of nurses on it ASAP." "Copied," a feminine voice answered. "Stay where you are. Our nurse will be dispatched to recontain Greg." Only silence followed after that statement, but I breathed a sigh of relief. With that task taken care of, I resumed reading, both to refresh my memory and to hopefully find some explanation for this madness. Rule number 3. Once inside the monitoring room, check the camera feeds once every 30 minutes and report anything out of the ordinary to the guard. Besides the guard and nurses, anything in the corridors at night is considered out of the ordinary. Good, I thought. I'm already doing that. Well, I was doing half of that, to be precise. The monitoring half. I wasn't sure about calling the guard since I didn't log in like I was supposed to, but I decided that I would burn that bridge when I'd get to it. Rule number 4. If the guard comes to check up on you, don't look at him. Only answer his first question, no matter what it is, and don't engage in further talking. He'll try to get you to talk more, but we'll leave after 10 minutes. I was sure that I could ignore this one for tonight. If the guard would come for me, it wouldn't be to ask questions. As for the questions themselves, I didn't have any specific ones in mind when I wrote this one. I thought of the guard asking random but deeply personal questions, meant to disturb and provoke you. What it would do if you didn't answer its first question, or if you answered more than one, I don't know. I didn't imagine that far, and that part had scared me. At least with the other rules, I had a rough idea of what would happen if I broke them. I put the paper down and switched to watching the monitors to see Greg's containment attempt. Checking the clock on the wall, I saw that half an hour had passed, but the night was still young. I found the guard patrolling the corridors randomly, but I didn't know enough about the layouts of the building and the cameras to know where he was. I realized that was bad news. Without that knowledge, I couldn't be sure when the guard was nearing me. Another bridge to burn later. Soon after, I found the nurse that was sent out as well. She was, I'm kind of ashamed to admit this, but it's how I had imagined it. I never expected all of this to become real, okay? She was a petite woman with curves in all the right places, and a skimpy, revealing nurse outfit that would have been more at home in an adult movie than a hospital. The only thing that stood out was her face, pale as a ghost with dark lips and eyes, as well as random stitches running over her features. I'm very basic when it comes to horror, okay? I know it, I'm not an aficionado, and I won't pretend that I am. In any case, all of the nurses look like that, with few differences between them. No names and no numbers, no way to tell them apart from one another. They're a hive mind with a singular purpose: contain anyone that's not the guard. But they're pretty dim-witted, easy to outsmart, so I don't worry much about them. Anyway, this particular nurse was a big help, and not just because she had recontained Greg. She walked past the elevator on her way, and I saw the two plastered above the doors. I knew her location, so I could use her to map out the building. I followed her from one monitor to the next, drawing a mental map of wherever she went. And slowly, I figured out where each camera in the building was in relation to each other. That ate away a good portion of the night, about 2 hours or so. She seemed in no hurry to find Greg, or maybe I should have given her more details when I called earlier. I also fulfilled my other task, keeping an eye on all of the monitors for anomalies, and following Greg and the guard as well. My attention was stretched every which way in my attempt to keep track of everything that could kill me. So I didn't notice when one of the monitors had turned to static. Not until that static started spreading past the screen, engulfing the plastic that encased it. And by the time that I saw it, it had already reached the monitors around it. I panicked, picking up the paper to see the rules again. Rule number 5. If you see a static anomaly on the monitors, call the IT department and leave the room immediately. Walk through the building for exactly 15 minutes. The anomaly should be fixed. That was bad news. I knew what the static would do. It would spread across the room and engulf everything. If it touched me as well, it wouldn't be good for my health. And it wouldn't stop at the monitoring room. It would spread outside indefinitely until the IT department stopped it. I jumped out of the chair and grabbed the radio, making my way to the door. I stopped with my other hand on the handle, deciding to call from in here. Even with the static slowly spreading behind me, I knew this room was still safer than the corridors. "Hello?" I asked after fumbling with the radio. "I need the IT department. It's an emergency." I cried out into the radio a few more times until someone answered. A sleepy voice broke through the static, sounding very irritated at being disturbed so late into the night. "Sup? What's the problem?" The voice asked, a young man by the sound of it. One of the monitors went full of static," I stammered, "and now it's spreading across the room." "Ah, yes," the IT guy said, sounding thoroughly bored. "You know the protocol for this situation. Leave the room for 15 minutes until you take care of it, right?" I asked. "Yep," he answered. "I'll be right over. And I better not find you there. I can fix the monitors, but I can't fix people." "Got it," I said. I shot the monitors one final look, finding that half of them were gone. I could still see the guard patrolling the ground floor, but I couldn't spot the nurse or Greg anywhere on the remaining monitors. Crap. I left the room quietly, to not give away my position to anyone. The corridor was empty, but I couldn't stay put. The rule wasn't clear on if I had to be on the move for the 15 minutes, so I decided to risk it. I wanted to find a closet somewhere and hide. Now, from what I imagined of the place, there were closets spread through all floors but the third. This floor had the monitoring room, the break room for the nurses, and some other various rooms, but no storage closets. I walked cautiously to the stairs and went down them one step at a time, eyes and ears peeled for any sign of movement. The building was almost pitch dark at night. I was sure that the cameras had some night vision enhancements to allow me to see clearly, but out here, I was nearly blind. My eyes adapted after a while, but just barely. I reached the second floor and found lots of doors lining it, but I didn't know which one was the storage closet I so desperately wanted to crawl into. Most of them were rooms for the patients, but those were locked while the closets weren't, so I tried the doors one by one. I was halfway down the corridor with no lock. All of the doors were closed. As I abandoned door 6 and went for door 7, praying that it would be the one, I saw a shadow coming from behind the corner at the corridor's end. A small shadow walking around with a spring in her steps, like she was skipping merrily through a meadow and not this hellhole. I couldn't make out her features through the dark, but I knew it was one of the nurses, and I knew that she saw me, seeing as my skin crawled and my hair stood up. "Hey," she yelled in a cheery, high-pitched voice. "You're not supposed to be out here. Let me escort you back to your room." Fight or flight kicked in hard. My heart went from idly beating along to drumming at a mile a minute. I turned and sprinted with all that I had, not caring where I would end up, so long as it was away from her. "Hey, stop," she yelled after me. Her footsteps sounded from behind, mixing in with mine as she gave chase. "Don't run through the corridors. You'll hurt yourself. Leave me alone," I yelled as I reached these stairs and jumped down 3 to 4 at a time. "I'm not a patient." "But you can be," she said. I looked back and saw that she had reached these stairs as well. She was like a cheetah on steroids, and compared to her, I was a slug on sleeping pills. She bounded down the stairs with reckless abandon, closing the gap between us with terrifying speeds. I reached the landing and decided, screw it. Either I would break my legs and she would get me, or she would catch up to me regardless. At least this way, I have a chance. I told myself and jumped over the next flight in a single go. I landed with a thud and rolled as the force of the fall pushed me to my knees. Luckily, both of my legs survived, so I took off running. On the next flight of stairs, I did the same, really pushing my luck. I crashed onto the landing, face first against the wall, but I didn't have enough time to assess my wounds. The nurse landed right next to me, so I took off. She tackled me from behind as I was about to jump over the last flight of stairs. Her strength was phenomenal. It was enough to send both of us flying through the air as she had latched onto me. I turned around at the last moment and ended up landing on top of her. She broke my fall, but I got winded. Now, she said in a sweet voice as she pushed me off. I rolled away and got on my hunches, heaving and wheezing as I uselessly gasped for air. "You went and hurt yourself, see? I told you not to run through the corridors." Between the tears and the fear, I looked up at her. She got to her feet, perfectly fine despite the fall, and pulled a syringe out from somewhere. I don't know from where, and I don't want to think about it. But let's just say that her skimpy outfit had no pockets to speak of. "Here," she said, pointing the needle at me. I fell on my back and crawled away on my elbows, but I knew there was no escaping her. "This will calm you down, and then we'll find you a nice, quiet room." I tried to say, but with no air in my lungs, my voice failed me. She stepped onto my foot to stop me and leaned over me. Her free hand shot out and grabbed mine, with such force that I feared she would break my wrist. She held my arm steady and aimed the syringe at my skin, but try as hard as I might, I couldn't break free. The needle touched my skin and was ready to break through into my veins, but an animalistic scream stopped her. We both looked down the corridor at its source and found Greg barging towards us. Before any of us got to react, he punched the nurse away. She flew into a wall, hitting it hard enough to leave a dent. God, I thought. Greg was even stronger than I thought. He reached down to grab me and got a hold of my leg. I was effortlessly picked up and he lifted me high enough to make eye contact. Hanging upside down like I did, with my lungs still burning for air, I nearly shat my pants with fear. Hey, big guy, I stammered. Greg paused, his brows creased, but it wasn't enough to wipe the permanently terrified expression on his face. He tilted his head and stared at me, like a wild animal curious about its prey. "You, friend?" he asked. His voice was deep and hoarse, breaking around the edges, but I felt warmth behind it. "Yes." I struggled to push out an answer. "I'm a friend. Don't hurt me, okay?" Greg was puzzled by my answer. He processed it ever so slowly, but made no attempt to put me down. I was afraid that he couldn't understand me, that he would snap and, in response, snap me as well. But his lips curled into a smile. "Friend," he yelled with glee. "Greg have friend." He flowed his arms happily, waving me through the air every which way. "Yeah, big guy," I answered, feeling the nausea building up. "I'm a friend. Put me down slowly, okay? Don't hurt your friend." "Greg have friend, Greg have friend," he chanted, and lowered me to the floor a bit too fast. I fell on my head, feeling my neck twist and my shoulders contort, but I wasn't seriously injured. Greg let go of my foot and I got up, wobbly from various aches and riddled with fatigue. "What name, friend?" Greg asked with excitement. It took me a moment to realize what he meant as he slurred his words pretty badly. Mark," I answered when I finally deciphered it. "Mac," Greg yelled back, slurring my name as well. "Friend Mac." "Close enough, big guy," I said with a dumb smile on my face to match his. I know I should have been way more scared than I was, but I just couldn't be. Despite the way he looked, Greg was a sweet person that life had treated unfairly. Sure, he could snap me like a twig, but at that moment, I was 100% that he wouldn't. "Let play," Greg started but was interrupted. The nurse tackled me out of the blue, sending me off my feet. Now, I played football in high school. I've gotten tackled by guys bigger than me plenty of times, but let me tell you, none of those could compare. I seriously doubt that a professional player could tackle me that hard. I landed on my side some 10 feet away and skidded to a stop on the rough floor. With carpet burns added to the list of injuries I had sustained that far, I looked up. The nurse was face to face with Greg. "No hurt, friend," he yelled at her, loud enough to push her hair backward. But she wasn't fazed at all. She waited for him to finish and brought up the syringe she wanted to use on me earlier. For her own sake, I thought, that thing better be elephant tranquilizer. Greg tried to punch her again, but she ducked below his arm with surprising speed and grace. She reached up and grabbed Greg's wrist, trying to keep him steady. Greg swung his arm upwards and swatted her against the ceiling. She lost her grip on him and fell to the floor, bringing plaster and concrete raining down alongside her. How strong are these freaks? I wondered, and how resilient. If Greg had done that to anyone else, like me for example, I'm pretty sure it would have been an insta-kill. But the nurse got up like nothing had happened and jumped him. The two fought through the corridor, struggling against each other, but there was no clear winner. They seemed evenly matched. Realizing that, they were so busy with their scrap that they forgot about me. I decided it was time for me to make my exit. I got on all fours, but their mad brawl had reached me. I took off frantically, avoiding blind kicks and punches and smashes that were strong enough to turn my bones to paste. The nurse flew into the wall next to me as I had reached a corner, and looked at me as she crashed to the floor. I felt my skin tighten a size or two when she had reached for me, but Greg's arm came at her from behind me and grabbed her again. Looking back at them wrestling like two mythical beasts, I took the corner and ran away blindly. I don't think I got 10 steps away before I collided with something and got sent on my butt. I slowly turned my head to look ahead, and my horrified gaze landed on the slender figure of the guard. "What's up with this commotion?" he asked, despite lacking a mouth. His voice emanated from the space around him, a low and ominous baritone that rattled my guts. "Who are you? What's your name?" I didn't answer. I got up and ran back towards Greg and the nurse. "Halt!" The guard yelled after me and gave chase. At least he wasn't as fast as the nurse, but he was still on my heels. Greg's and the nurse's fighting moved, reaching the reception area, and we found him smashing her against the thick reception desk. With each slam, the wood splintered and ground until it gave way. "Identify yourself," the guard repeated from behind me. I decided to forget it. All of it. I ran towards the exit, toward the outside world filled with less madness than this place. I'd start my car, drive away, and never look back. But the guard grabbed the collar of my shirt and stopped me, only steps away from the door. He pulled me back with a swift motion that cut my breath short, muttering hooligan under his breath. "Back," Greg yelled. As the guard spun me, ready to throw me down on my belly, I caught a glimpse of Greg. He had syringes sticking out of him at various points in his body, all with their plungers down. His moves were slower, stuttery, and his eyes were half closed. He ran towards me and the guard, his steps wobbly, and punched it away. Like the nurse had done plenty times tonight, the guard flew face first into a wall. "Go," Greg yelled and grabbed one of my legs. "Friend, be safe." And with that, he threw me out a window. I crashed through it, landing outside on a carpet of grass and shards of glass. Greg's stunt was helpful as far as getting me out of immediate danger, but it hadn't been too kind to my body. Between being thrown like a rag doll, flying out of a window, and crashing to the ground from about 7 feet, I was pretty banged up. My hands and face were uncovered, so they got peppered with shallow cuts. My leg ached from the force of being yanked, so badly that I was sure I would develop a limp. And the rest of my body just hurt, like all over the place. I was pretty sure I had pulled a muscle or 10. This will come back to bite me tomorrow, I thought. That's if I see tomorrow. I laid on the ground for a bit, allowing my body a brief reprieve before I would force it to move and do things again. My breathing leveled and my pulse slowed, but I didn't want to get up until I would absolutely have to. After a few moments, I heard a loud thud from inside the building, and I realized that it had been Greg. The anesthetics finally did him in. The sound of his body being dragged along the floor followed soon. I wanted to get up. I wanted to so badly. I wanted to barge in there and help him, but I knew it wouldn't end well. Saddened for my new friend that had saved my life twice, I got up slowly. Just like I had suspected, my leg had trouble supporting my weight. Back inside the building, I decided I would try to get to my car and start it up. That decision was fueled by fear, and it was stupid. I knew as much, but it wasn't an all-around bad plan. The car either ran out of battery or it needed a few puffs of starter fluid. Luckily, I had both of those in the trunk, so I could start it up. But then, I remembered the creatures that had chased me in here and got me into this mess. I could start up the car, but for that, I needed time, and I was pretty sure they wouldn't let me have it. I could hear them skittering outside. There were a lot of them now. Back inside it is, I thought. I reached into my pocket, remembering that I had stashed the list there before I left. I got it out, unfolded it, and struggled to read it under the moon's washed-out light. Rule number 6. If you ever encounter the night shift nurses, run. Hide as soon as you break line of sight and wait for them to wander off before coming out. Keep on the lookout for them while in the monitoring room, and if you see them approach the door, hide beneath the desk. Well, that one was useless now. Rule number 7. Don't interact with the patients. Don't question or answer them. And above all else, don't make deals with them. Yes, one of these stranger rules. I left it vague, sort of on purpose, but mostly because I couldn't think up any deals. Now it had the potential to screw me over big time. Rule number 8. If you hear screams, ignore them. If these screams get closer, ignore them harder. You can use headphones to block them out. These screams won't enter your room unless you let them in, so don't. I don't need to worry about this one until I make it back, I thought. The screams had only happened if I was inside the monitoring room. Just like the guard's voice, they were disembodied, coming out of empty space. They would start somewhere in the hospital and make their way towards you, stopping outside the door and idling there for 10 to 15 minutes. If you can ignore them, the worst they'll do is give you a good scare. But as they grow louder and louder, some might try to flee or find out what causes them. If you open that door and let them in, they'll do a lot more than just scare you. They'll swarm you like, well, a swarm of bees. Only there will be screams instead of buzzing, and no actual bees. They'll follow you around from that point on, their volume increasing exponentially. At that point, you'd be better off finding the closest window and jumping out. I don't know enough about the human anatomy and how sound affects it, but my best guess is that your eardrums will go first. After that, maybe your eyes sense they're pretty soft. At any rate, the screams will eventually get loud enough to liquefy your bones, but it'll take a while, and every moment of it will be complete and utter agony. Rule number 9. Don't leave the building until your shift is over. Rule number 10. If you leave the building before your shift is over, under any circumstances, don't leave the yard. Get back inside as fast as possible. All of the doors and windows will be locked, so call the guard to let you back inside. I let out a long, groaning, "Come on." It wasn't like I would leave the yard. I wasn't particularly thrilled to find out if I could outrun the forest creatures, but I couldn't exactly call the guard either, and I couldn't break in through the windows without coming to get me. The only other alternative was to sneak in through the basement. If outside the asylum was bad and inside was worse, then the basement was a whole nother can of heck no. I was torn on what I should do, until a boulder the size of a watermelon fell from the sky right next to me. "What the crap?" I yelled, hurrying along. More boulders came, all big enough to crush me. The forest creatures got impatient and seemingly decided to get me one way or another. They were afraid to enter the yard because of the guard, I was sure of it, but they didn't have any gripes with hurling stones. Realizing they had aimed by sound since they couldn't see me over the fence, I tried to be as quiet as possible as I moved away. A couple more boulders fell where I had been only moments ago, but the rest started flying randomly. I made it to the east side of the building without getting hit, and found the trapdoor that led to the basement. It was locked, the deadbolt chained and bound with a bulky lock. "Crap," I grumbled, quietly enough not to be heard. Writing and imagining the rules, I forgot to include a keychain with useful keys somewhere in there. I was out of luck, or so I believed until another boulder landed nearby with a heavy thud. I shuffled in front of the hatch, drew in a deep breath, and got ready to put my plan into action. "Your aim sucks," I yelled into the night. The words barely left my throat, and I saw a boulder flying over the fence. I got out of dodge just in time. and it fell on the heavy trapdoor with a metallic squeal. But the chain and the lock survived. They were too thick. "That's all?" I yelled, getting back in front of the door. I caught that pebble with a single hand. Another pebble came flying, crashing down on the door, and then another one, and then there was a pause. I heard something heavy being dragged towards the fence from the forest, and saw the boulder's top rise in the air before it was launched with great effort. This one was much bigger, about the size of a generous beach ball, the ones that reach all the way to your waist. I jumped out of the way, landing on my stomach, and heard it crash through the trapdoor. Back up on my feet, I saw the stairway leading to the basement, with the boulder at its base. "Hey, thanks, suckers," I yelled and quickly went inside. A few more boulders came flying, but they all landed in front of the door where I had been. I descended these stairs slowly, entering the murky darkness as stale air invaded my nostrils. This place stank of decay, rot, and mold. Light bulbs hung above from the ceiling, but their light was choked by age and a thick layer of dust that settled on their glass. I could barely see a few feet ahead, but my leg wouldn't let me hurry anyway, and so I limped ahead, a hand on the wall to my left, looking for the exit. The thing about the basement is that it's huge, crisscrossed by narrow corridors and mystery rooms that rearrange themselves every night. Finding your way around them will always be hard, no matter how many times you do it, but I figure no sane person would want to be there twice. But the worst part, I never imagined anything specific for those mystery rooms. Dang things could contain anything. Halfway down the corridor, I came across the first room. It emerged from the murky darkness as I approached it, and I was of half a mind to just pass by it. But knowing this place, any one of the rooms could hold the exit, so I needed to take a risk. My fingers curled around the cold metal of the handle, and I opened the door ever so slowly. Its rusty hinges cried into the corridor as it cracked open, and I risked a peek inside. The room was big and much warmer than the air outside, almost inviting actually, seeing as the chill of the night followed me in. I took a hesitant step inside, ready to bolt at the slightest sign of trouble. The walls to my left and right were crisscrossed by a tangled mess of copper pipes, and ahead of me laid a looming beast with fiery insides. An ancient-looking boiler patiently burning through its fuel as it heated the hospital, offering warmth and traces of flickering light to the room in the process. I reached my hands out and approached it, having somehow missed the fact that my fingers were freezing. As I got close enough to warm them up, I finally took notice of the ragged old man dozing off in the chair next to the boiler. My breath hitched, and my throat made a whimper. The man's eyes opened and he rubbed sleep in them for a moment before they settled on me. Finally," he said with a groggy voice. "They finally sent some fresh fuel down here." "What?" He didn't answer me, just got up from the chair, opened the boiler's door, and rustled the embers inside with a fire poker. The burnt-out things took a breath of fresh air, igniting weakly, and I realized that my fingers hadn't warmed up in the slightest. My whole body went a few degrees cooler, actually, and the low temperatures impaired my judgment. "Come on now," the man urged, jabbing a thumb at the boiler. "Hop in. You'll warm up very nicely in there and the cold will be gone." The voice was so sincere and comforting that I had trouble doubting him. He didn't sound like one of the abominations birthed by this insane place. Sounded like a worried dad talking to his young son. In an instant, my mind went wobbly and reason escaped out of my head through my ears. Hearing and sight went blurry, and I felt colder than I ever had in my life. I needed heat and I needed to warm up so badly. I took a step towards the boiler, and then another one, and another one, under the old man's soft gaze. With a reassuring smile and gentle hands, he took a hold of my shoulders and helped guide me on the final stretch. In that moment, I truly felt that this was the right thing to do. That snuggling on top of burning coal and being set ablaze would have been a good thing. And I am 100% sure that a weaker-willed person would be burning up in that boiler by now. But I had seen some stuff that night and it changed me. Even lulled as I was by the cold and the old man's words, a small part of me fought back. When I got close enough to the boiler to see inside of it, when I saw that those weren't embers, but blackened bones cracked by heat, I snapped out of it. "We're almost there," the old man said, pushing my head down so I would go in. Without warning, I turned and elbowed him in the face. He was caught off guard and stumbled back, tripping and falling to the floor. I took off, hurt leg be damned, giving it all to reach the door. It closed behind me when I wasn't looking, and I realized that it wanted to trap me in, but I was having none of it. I jumped through the air shoulder first, determined to break the door and run for my life. The only problem was that the door opened towards the room, not towards the corridor. I bounced off of it and landed on my butt, with pain erupting from my shoulder. "Get in the boiler, Fuel," the old man yelled, and I remembered that he existed. Looking back at him, I saw he was back on his feet. Fire poker in hand, he charged at me with a vigor that his old bones shouldn't have been able to muster. I got up and opened the door, narrowly dodging his attempt at turning me into a human shish kebab. His frail appearance proved to be a lie, and that much became clear when he hit the sturdy metal door instead of me, and the fire poker still penetrated it. I didn't waste any time. I ran further down the corridor in hopes of finding the exit before getting turned into human kindling. I heard the old man yell from behind me, giving pursuit after he had freed the fire poker. A junction came up ahead, and I decided to coin flip it. Well, mentally at that rate, seeing as I didn't have time to flip an actual coin, I decided to go left. The moment I turned and saw a dead end some 10 feet away, I decided that maybe I should turn right instead. Jerking around and breaking into a sprint, I barely avoided another attempt by the old man at impaling me. As I dodged below the fire poker, feeling its tip brush against my hair and hearing it hit the concrete wall instead, I wondered if the old man was related to Vlad Tepes or something. It would have explained his obsession with impaling, if nothing else. Anyway, ancestry of my pursuer aside, I kept running. He had a bit more trouble freeing the fire poker from the wall, so he fell behind. I rounded another corner, breaking his line of sight, and was met with another door. Without thinking, I went to open it and hid inside before he would catch up. I hastily closed it behind me and slid down to the floor propped against it. This night was turning out to be much more than I could handle. I just wanted to crash to the floor and never get up again. As my mind settled and my breathing smoothed out, I realized that the cold was gone from my bones and the warmth caused by exhaustion spread through my body. It felt so good not to be freezing anymore that I can't even describe it. "Hello," I heard someone call from up ahead. I sighed deeply. The asylum just wouldn't let up, would it? I didn't want to see who or what had called out. I jumped to my feet and dashed back out into the corridor. "There you are, Fuel," the old man yelled and lunged at me. It was about at that time that I noticed his aim really sucked, like really bad. He missed me again and impaled one of the nurses that followed me outside. "More fuel," he yelled, dropping her dying body to the ground. I ran away, looking over my shoulder for a split second. The old man led the charge, followed closely behind by a handful of nurses with syringes. I hoped that they would sedate him as well. At least then, I would have one less pursuer to worry about. But of course they didn't. "Sir, don't run through the corridors. We can find you a nice room, sir." "Fuel, fuel." Their screams echoed from behind, pushing me forward despite my mounting fatigue and wounds. We ran at random through the twisting basement, and I opened every door in my wake, hoping that one of them would reveal the exit to me. In one room, I found a crematorium, The cursory glance I could spare revealed stretchers covered with sheets, hiding bloated, rotting bodies beneath. A cremation chamber sat against the opposite wall, but it looked like it hadn't been used in a while. I didn't get to gather more details. The bodies on these stretchers jolted up, shambling towards the door with great speed. A nurse yelled from behind and tried to tackle me. I dodged and her needle missed its mark. She flew over me, straight into the arms of one of the corpses, and I quickly shut the door. Screams soon followed, of agony from the nurse and of twisted pleasure from the corpses. But I didn't stay to listen. I kept running. Another door, another mystery. Even from halfway across the corridor, I saw the twirling tendrils of pure darkness lapping at the air outside from beneath the door. My hand snagged on the handle as I passed it by, and I swung it open behind me. A glance over my shoulder revealed more tendrils shooting out. Grabbing a hold of two of the nurses and reeling them into the room at neck-breaking speeds, the door shut itself closed. That only left two nurses and the old man, but that was still three too many. I could only run for a couple more minutes at most. I needed to either shake them or get rid of them before I would collapse. Another T-junction came up and I veered to the left, breaking the line of sight. A few steps later, there was an X-junction as well. Perfect. I took a hard right, finding a door that I entered silently. Nothing yelled at me, nothing attacked me, so I figured I was safe enough. I kept my ear pressed against the door for a bit, but I didn't hear my pursuers pass. They lost me. Thank God. I slid to the floor, sprawling on my back as I took greedy breaths. My feet burned and my hurt leg screamed agony at me. As my mind settled on my head, I took in my surroundings. The room was better lit than the rest of the basement, but it was still eerily dark. Cabinets with bottles of various sizes and cardboard boxes lined the walls, and it didn't take me very long to figure out that it was medicine. In the center of the room was a rusty operating table, with broken lights hanging above it and a cart of medical instruments next to it. Moof. My eyes trailed up ever so slowly, horrified by what I had seen. The first thing that came into view was a hand, secured to the table with a thick leather strap. A set of terrified eyes glinted in the dark followed, their gaze pinned on me. I got on all fours and made my way to the table, using it to prop myself up. The woman bound to it kept trying to cry out, but her mouth was gagged. All of her limbs were bound to the table, and she was dressed in the same skimpy uniform that all the other nurses wore. I won't hurt you, I tried to calm her down. I'm not one of those freaks, I'm trapped in here too. Her struggle ceased, but she didn't take her eyes off of me. I reached behind her head, undoing the gag. Keep quiet, they're looking for me outside, I whispered. She nodded her head, and so I pulled the gag away. Her chest inflated as she drew in a deep breath, but she didn't as much as squeak. Thank you, she whispered. Please free me, the nurses might be back at any moment now. I got to work on the straps around her wrists, but they were too tough. When I realized that I couldn't undo them, I took to checking the cart for anything that I could use. The tools were all rusty and caked in dried blood, but one of these scalpels looked sharp enough. What happened? I asked, as I carefully sawed through the strap. How'd you get here? I saw an ad in the paper, she said, looking for night shift nurses. I came to check it out, and a tall, faceless thing jumped me. Next thing I know, the nurses sedated me, and I woke up here. She kept talking, but focused as I was uncutting through the restraints. I missed most of it, but I let her keep at it. I figured it helped her stay calm. The few bits and pieces I did catch her stuff like her name, Charlotte, or the fact that she quit her job at the hospital because of the pandemic, afraid she would catch the bug too. But she still wanted to help people, so she had resolved to find work as a nurse for the elderly or the disabled. Charlotte was a good person, and she didn't deserve any of this, just like Greg hadn't. That fueled my resolve to see through this, but I couldn't put more force behind it and risk slitting her wrist. Still, slowly and steadily, the cut advanced until the strap fell away. "Here," I said, grabbing another scalpel and putting it in Charlotte's free hand. "You get to work on your other hand and I'll get started on your legs. We don't know how much time we have left." "Okay," Charlotte whispered with worry. She grabbed the scalpel tight and did as I instructed. I moved on the bed and started cutting the strap around her left leg. We would hopefully be done at the same time and join our forces for the last strap. Time had a tendency to go wobbly when you're stressed out of your mind. A second can stretch into what feel like hours, and hours can melt together into what feels like mere seconds. In what felt like a heartbeat, I was done with the strap around Charlotte's left leg. But looking up at her, she still had a ways to go on hers. I wanted to move on to her other leg, and then go back up and help her finish. That was my plan. But when the door started creaking as it opened, and when I dropped my scalpel and instinctively hit under the table, my plan fell apart. I heard Charlotte get startled. I heard her trying to hurry up so much that she ended up cutting her own skin. I heard her cries, her pleas for help as the nurse entered the room. Her whimpers as she asked for a mercy that she would never receive. The nurse walked over to the table, never said a single word, nothing. All I heard were Charlotte's pleas breaking apart as she sobbed. I was too terrified, paralyzed by my own cowardice as the nurse's feet stopped inches in front of my face. There was a struggle above me, but it was short-lived. The nurse overpowered Charlotte, and I heard the sickening sound of flesh tearing before her. She began gargling. Her hands grabbed the table, fingers and knuckles turning white from the effort, as she pulled herself over the edge in a final, desperate attempt to flee. My tears started flowing, and I barely held back my cries. Charlotte dangled from the two remaining straps, her face right in front of me, her eyes peering deep into mine. In them, I saw a fear unlike any other, unlike any I thought possible. The fear of someone certain of their own fate and unable to change it. "I'm so sorry," I mouthed, afraid to even whisper. Spurts of blood escaped her cut throat, and the scalpel embedded in her flesh fell to the floor with a clatter. Life left her eyes as her pupils dilated, but they remained wide open, her last moments of fear frozen on her face. The nurse walked around the table and hoisted Charlotte's corpse back up, laying her on the dirty sheets haphazardly. "I am terribly sorry," the nurse said, turning her back to us and walking to one of the cabinets. "But you wouldn't cooperate on your induction. Still, I think you'll love it here. You'll be working with Mr. Gregg. He can be a handful at times, but he's mostly harmless." I saw her open the cabinet and rifle through the contents. She pulled an empty syringe out of thin air and began filling it up with drops from various vials. A mellow tune left her lips as she began humming, and I figured this was my chance to get out of there. I was sorry for Charlotte, but there was no point risking my life for her corpse, as cowardly as that might sound. Luckily, the nurse left the door wide open when she entered. I scurried towards it on all fours, making as little sound as possible, and got out of the corridor unnoticed. Looking back one final time, I saw the nurse walking back towards the table and injecting Charlotte's dead body with the concoction that she had brewed. Charlotte convulsed, heaving for air as her back arched up from the sheets, but settled after a long moment. After she had calmed down, she snapped the remaining restraints like they were nothing, and looked beneath the table. I was hopeful for all of a second, thinking I would get another unlikely ally. But when Charlotte opened her mouth and talked, that hope was taken away from me. "Is something the matter?" the nurse asked her. "Yes," she answered matter-of-factly, her voice as cold as the darkest polar night. "We have a potential patient running around." I ran away before Charlotte and the other nurse got a chance to see and pursue me, but soon enough I slowed down. Partly because I wanted to make less noise and avoid attracting unwanted attention, but partly because I wanted to save what little strength I had left in case I actually needed to run. I explored the basement for maybe 15 minutes before it dawned on me that this place was much bigger than it ought to be given the building size. Hell, even including the yard and the entire clearing, this basement was still too big. So either the basement's inside was bigger than its outside, or I had a forest above me right now. Plus, there were barely any doors, most of it was dark, empty corridors. I finally found another door and opened it cautiously. The last thing I needed was to run into another nurse's den. And taking a peek inside, I saw the room was chock full of mannequins. Freaking mannequins. And a supernatural asylum's basement. Why? There was no exit though, so I left the mannequin room behind. Barely a few turns later, I heard footsteps from up ahead. Hasty but not really hurried, so I figured they hadn't found me yet. I turned around, walking carefully, hoping they would take a different turn from mine and lose me. Yet, as I neared the mannequin room again, I knew that wouldn't be the case. More footsteps came from the opposite direction, pinning me in the middle. Distraught but not eager to be found, I snuck back into the mannequin room. I retreated among them, reaching one of the corners opposite of the door and laid down. The footsteps came, paused next to the door, and a nurse opened it. At that moment, I was grateful for the fact that I wasn't there, ear pressed to the metal like I wanted to do at first. "Is the patient in there?" Another nurse asked the first. "I don't think so. I don't see him." The first nurse answered. "Okay," the second nurse said. "I'll go on ahead and keep searching. You keep on the lookout in case he passes by." "Okay," the first nurse said. She closed the door, muttering creepy things under her breath. I took a deep inhale to ease my nerves, careful not to make too much sound when I exhaled. This predicament was bad to say the least. I had no way out of the room now. Maybe I can just stay here for the night, I thought, weighing my options. They're night shift nurses after all. Maybe they go to sleep in the morning. I was half satisfied with my plan, but in retrospect, I know I was ready for the most ludicrous of mental gymnastics so long as I could rest. I laid down on my left side, with my back against the wall and facing the door. Although I could only see a narrow slice of its bottom between the sea of mannequin legs that laid between me and it. A few minutes passed like that, with breathing being my sole physical activity. I saw the nurse's feet through the gap beneath the door. She walked back and forth outside like the world's most dutiful guard. My eyelids grew heavy and I fell into shallow episodes of microsleep, but I didn't allow myself to go fully under. I couldn't afford to be unconscious in a place like this. Still, sleep is a mighty beast. With help from the mind-numbing fatigue in my bones, sleep did me in eventually. I didn't dream. In fact, I didn't sleep all that long. It was short and fitful, slain by a voice calling out from around my hip. It jolted me awake, sending my mind reeling with panic and making my heart beat a mile a minute. "Mr. Mark," the voice asked. "Come in, Mr. Mark. Are you okay?" It took me a second to realize that it was Anna, and it took me another second to realize she was speaking out of the walkie-talkie clipped to my belt. I retrieved it, still shaking wildly from the unexpected awakening, and I pressed the talk button. "Keep quiet," I whisper-yelled into it. "Mr. Mark," Anna said, completely disregarding my request. "You are still alive. That's a pleasant surprise. But you appear to be in the basement at the moment." "Yeah," I said, hoping the spite attached to my words wouldn't get lost in the low volume of my voice. "I'm in the freaking basement, being chased by abominations." "Language, Mr. Mark," Anna said. Her sweet, pleasant voice turned deep and reverberating, sending a rattle through my bones. "Anyway, how do you like the mannequin room?" I know you just love mannequins, don't you, so I couldn't not include it. She continued in her normal customer service voice. We need to talk about that, I said, and about this whole mess while we're at it. We do, she agreed. Meet me in my office on the ground floor. It's right by the reception. She hung up, not before giving me directions to the elevator. Great, I thought. Of course, the only exit from here is the elevator. I pulled out the list and read the next rule, to refresh my memory on what it had to say about the elevator. Rule number 11. Take the stairs if you can help it. If you absolutely 100% have to take the elevator, wait for a bit before getting out. If the floor seems off, chances are it is. Use the elevator to bring you back to the floor you left from, not any other floor. Also, if new buttons appear in the elevator, refrain from pressing them. They'll be gone the next time. Just great, I thought. I got up and threaded the jungle of mannequins slowly, shuddering a bit each time I had to touch one. I was surprised that the nurse outside hadn't heard the conversation, but I decided not to look that gift horse in the mouth. Halfway to the door, in the middle of the dozens of mannequins, the lights in the room started dimming. Please no, I prayed, terrified of the prospect of having to navigate between them and complete darkness. Dropping to my hunches to get a better view of the door, I saw the tendrils of darkness tentatively probing the room. They advanced slowly in unison, stopping to feel their surroundings every so often. Under my paralyzed stare, one of them reached the foot of a mannequin. It did a double take, pulled back, and shot at the mannequin's chest. The plastic body started writhing, growing veins of pure black across its surface. When the tendril was done infecting the mannequin, it pulled back and let it stand on its own. The next part happened too quickly. I got on my feet and bolted, pushing mannequins out of the way as I advanced towards the door. The tendrils joined in an infecting frenzy, hitting and animating all of the plastic monstrosities around me. By the time I reached the door, all of the mannequins followed me, and the tendrils set their sights on me as well. All caution thrown aside, I opened the door only to run into the nurse. Before she got to react, I grabbed her shoulders and threw her into the arms of the mannequins. Go left, go right, go left again, I thought. I followed the directions that Anna had given me, with a tidal wave of crazed vessels of darkness on my heels. They pushed and climbed and rushed past each other, all caution discarded in their attempt to catch and convert me as well. I ran across more nurses on my way, but I pushed all of them to the ground and kept going. Before long, on the verge of collapsing and hyperventilating my lungs out, I saw the doors of the elevator at the end of the corridor. They were wide open, the lights inside of it bright and inviting. I rushed in, pressed the button for the ground floor repeatedly, praying for the thing to close faster. It did so in the nick of time, and I heard the massive mannequins slamming against the doors as I began ascending. The ride was too short for me to catch my breath or mentally prepare myself. The doors parted with a cheery ding, and I saw the guard's face on the other side. There you are, you hooligan. It yelled and dove at me like an Olympic swimmer. I ducked below him, pressing the button for the basement on my way out. The guard crashed into the back of the elevator, and the doors closed in front of it before I got out. No, 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 it yelled, with fear rather than frustration, which helped put the basement into perspective for me. The elevator departed, taking the guard off to meet the fate that had been reserved for me. I turned and headed for the reception desk, finding Anna's door right away. Now that I knew to look for it, it stood out like a sore thumb. Large, beautifully ornate dark wood, with a shiny gold plaque in its center that read, Anna Lilith. Could that be any more telling? I wondered as I approached the door and knocked on it gently. Come on in, Mr. Mark, Anna called out. I did what she said, entering her office as cautiously as I did the basement rooms. The inside was impressive. a gorgeous far cry from the rest of the asylum. Neat bookshelves occupied the walls. There was a spotless hardwood floor, and her desk sat at the opposite end of her room. A large window took up the wall behind her, allowing the moon's light to shine in and cast soft shadows on her features. "Take a seat, Mr. Mark," she said, gesturing to the armchair in front of her. "I'm not wrong in my assessment that you could really use it, am I?" she asked with a devious grin. "You're not," I admitted with a frown and made my way to it. Anna looked as normal as any other woman you might meet, though I would wager she turned a few more heads, which is to say that she's good looking, but still average. Hazel eyes, black hair kept in a tight office bun, a pair of classy glasses, and a pencil skirt and blouse duo. Imagine your run-of-the-mill businesswoman, and you'll have a good picture of her. "So, what do you think of your job so far, Mr. Mark?" she asked after I had made myself comfortable in the armchair. My head felt like it had just exploded. Was she for real? "It sucks," I yelled, losing what little bits of composure I had left. "What is this place? What are you? What?" Anna smashed her hand on the desk, cracking the wood and stopping my words in my throat. The skin on her arm turned burning red all the way up to her shoulder and cheek, covered with scales of hot, sharp obsidian. Her teeth went from pearly white to sharp and jagged, and her angered expression displayed them clearly. Her now shining yellow eyes pinned me in place. "I said watch your language," she yelled in that same deep, demonic voice from earlier. I pushed back so hard into the armchair that I nearly toppled over. She took a deep breath, stifling her rage and exhaling a puff of smoke. Her eyes turned back to their soft hazel, and the scales slowly descended back into her skin as it reverted to tan white. When she was back to normal, she sat down and smiled again like nothing had happened. "I've shown you respect thus far, Mr. Mark," she said. "I don't think it's unfair to ask for you to reciprocate and be respectful as well." "No, it's not," I said in a squeaky voice, scared out of my wits. Sorry." "Apology accepted," she said cheerily. "Now that mutual respect has been reestablished, let's try that again. What do you think of your job so far, Mr. Mark?" "It's scary," I said, forgetting all of the profanities I wanted to hurl at her. "I want out." "Aw," Anna said with disappointment. "Me and my employers have found your work very satisfactory this far, Mr. Mark. We'd hate to see you go." "Just look at me," I said, motioning my hands around my bruised body. "I'm a wreck, and this was only the first night. I don't think I could survive another." "You'll get better," Anna tried to reassure me. "I'm sure that if you stick with us, you'll grow to be one of our most valued employees." "What makes you so sure, if I might ask?" I said. As her words rolled around my head, I did a double take and quickly added, "And wait, one of." "You may ask," Anna said with a chuckle. "I am sure because I've seen you survive your first night against rules you yourself have made. Most others don't." "Sorry, but I still want out," I said. "I'm not cut out for this." "Maybe this will change your mind," Anna said. She waved her hand through the air. Her palm burst into flames and hellish smoke, and when they died down, she held an envelope much like the one I had found on my doorstep. With a glint in her eyes and certainty in her actions, she handed it to me. I opened it to find $500 inside. I wanted to throw the banknotes on the desk and to tell her politely that no amount of money was worth going through another night like this. But as if knowing what I was about to do, she stopped me. Her hands reached into a drawer in her desk, and she pulled out a manila envelope that she had laid down in front of me. "That would have been your assignment for tonight," she said, gesturing for me to open it. "But seeing how this night proceeded, I can understand that you never found it in your room, and you were unable to complete it. We'll be forced to send it to another writer if you quit, Mr. Mark. I opened the thing, not knowing better than to not follow her orders. A pile of papers came out, among which were familiar blueprints of an apartment, as well as a essay-length piece about it. I scanned them, my blood growing cold in my veins as the realization sunk in. That was my apartment, the one I was currently living in, as well as a slew of information about it and myself. This was a threat, plain and simple. This is... I almost whispered, my shock and terror overwhelming me. Or, Anna said, we can scrap that assignment. You can take the money I've offered you, and you can go home early tonight. And I can see you here tomorrow night at 10 p.m. sharp. Take your time to think about it, Mr. Mark. My mind ran every which way, trying to put the puzzle together. Anna was some sort of demon, or at the very least, she had access to supernatural powers. She also had access to my mind, to my physical condition and whereabouts, and to anything pertaining to me. And most importantly, she had access to other writers. My life was in her hands, and she had the option to turn it into a living hell. Countless days and nights just like this one, no matter where I would go and what I would do. And to top it all off, I wouldn't have the intimate knowledge about the rules that I had tonight. The intimate knowledge that helped me survive so far. With a heavy heart and after much deliberation with myself, I accepted her offer. I'm ashamed to admit it, to shine a light on my cowardly nature once more, but it's the truth. And I'm sure most folks would accept as well if put in my situation. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Mark, Anna said. Remember, 10 p.m. sharp, and don't forget to follow the rules. Before I got to answer, a knock on the door interrupted us. Anna looked at me with a smile. You mind getting that for me, Mr. Mark? Sure, I answered and got up. I walked over to the door absentmindedly, my head ravaged from all the realizations and decisions I had to make. Another knock came, so I hurried to open it. On the other side, I found a small old lady in a torn straitjacket. The next rule flashed through my head, but I had no time to react. Rule number 12. Martha will knock on your door every few nights. Only let her in if she has a tray of cookies in her hands. She'll offer you one, but only take a chocolate chip cookie. But Martha had no tray of cookies, and I had just broken another rule. She lunged at me, faster and more vicious than her frail frame should have allowed, and got a hold of my arm. In a single fluid motion, she sent me hurtling through the air. I came crashing down on Anna's desk, with her in tears from laughing all the way. Come on, Mr. Mark, she said through the hollers. What did I just say? How did you not see that coming? Heaving for air, I couldn't answer her. And anyway, I had more pressing matters to focus on, like Martha running spastically towards me. Go back to your room, Anna said. Her eyes turned yellow once again, and her words as heavy as lead. Her voice held such strength that I almost got up and followed Martha, but I didn't. Martha stopped her vicious assault, turning docile right away. She left the office, closing the door behind her. I took a moment to regain my senses before getting up from the desk, and was surprised to find out that I didn't have any broken bones after that stunt. 10 p.m. sharp, I said, and I left the office. That's the spirit, Mr. Mark, Anna answered, ripping apart the papers in the manila envelope. I left her office and closed the door behind me. As I reached the reception desk, I pulled out the list one final time and read the last one. Rule number 13. Some of these instances can and will overlap. If that happens, proceed to pray to your deity of choice for luck. You'll need it. Guess I prayed hard enough, I thought, leaving the list on the reception desk. And that was my first night working for Rules Inc. Nothing else happened. I walked back to my car without incident. The corridors of the asylum were empty. The forest creatures had scurried away, and my car started up just fine. I drove home, crashed in my bed, and slept until midday without as much as turning. Now for some more details that I discovered in the meantime, because yeah, I still work there. Think of me what you want for that. I'll structure this next part sort of like a list because I suck at summarizing. The Sunny Hills Asylum. First off, the asylum itself, even though I made it up, it's a real location now. I've been able to find mentions of it in the local library, and if you feed the address into Google Maps, it'll take you there. No, you can't have the address, and no, you can't find it on the internet by searching. I assume this is intentional. Anna probably doesn't want unexpected guests. You can find other locations with the same name, be them real or fictional, but none of them are this one. I've tried coming here during the day, but the dirt road loops through the forest and always brings me back where I start. And going in on foot has the same result. I can't find the clearing or the building unless I'm driving to it for work. The rules. I still have to abide by these same rules every night. I get to the asylum, go up to the monitoring room on the 3rd floor after writing my name in the logbook and passing by Greg to say hi, and I find that night's assignment in my drawer. Most nights are much more peaceful than the first, seeing as I follow the rules to the letter now. At most, I'll get chased around by the nurses for a bit, or have to run away from the static now and again. Greg. Despite most things resetting every night, Greg is not one of them. He still remembers me to this day and still calls me his friend. Passing by to say hello is one of the highlights of my night, and I make sure to stick around for a bit of conversation every time. His grasp on language and talking in general has improved, might I add. I guess it was just a matter of talking more often and exercising that vital part of himself that he's been deprived of in solitary confinement. He still breaks free every now and again, but now it's because he wants to spend more time with me. Unfortunately, I have to call the nurses to contain him. Otherwise, the guard will find him, and that's much worse, trust me. I also found out that Greg has a sweet tooth, so I sneak in snacks to give to him. I'm sure that's not allowed, but no one said anything to me yet. The guard. There's not much to say about it. The guard is still the same. I haven't had to go up against him again, but I did try a few things. I tried bringing in a small pistol that I could conceal in my clothes to shoot the guard with and see what would happen. It jammed 3 nights in a row, but shot just fine outside the asylum. I tried calling the guard on the other anomalies, like the nurses or the static, in case one of the anomalies is covered by the rules. He doesn't answer me. I tried stockpiling cookies from Martha and using their effects to aid me in fighting the guard in hand-to-hand combat. If my name is written in the logbook, he doesn't fight back, just quips at me the whole time with remarks such as, "You're getting better, chap. At this rate, you'll be stealing my job." If my name isn't written down, and yes, I've tried that, insane as it might be, he does fight back, and oh boy does he fight back. We once thrashed the whole reception area before I had run away, but I didn't put as much as a scratch at him. I'm pretty sure he's indestructible. Martha and her cookies. Talking to Martha, I still see her every so often. I've mostly taken chocolate chip cookies from her tray whenever she has it, just like the rules instruct. There's usually 1 or 2 on the tray with the rest being raisins. They're mighty delicious. But out of curiosity, I did take raisin cookies as well. She gave me a sly grin and walked away. I crumpled up the cookies and ate the smallest crumb, thinking that they were poisoned. I never imagined anything about her cookies, save for the fact that it's a test. Martha hates raisins and people that like raisins. It turns out that the raisin cookies are injected with stuff from the nurse's room, which means that yeah, Martha sneaks in and out of the basement to steal from the nurses. She's one hardcore granny, but she can't read the labels, so she ends up putting random stuff in the cookies. Bad effects this far include nausea, bleeding from various orifices for random amounts of time, explosive diarrhea, sprouting random body parts that shrivel up and fall off, losing some or all of my senses, and many more. They're never lethal, but I'm not sure if that's because of the small dose. Some of the benefiting effects this far include increased strength and agility, sharper senses, invisibility, rapid healing, and many more. These are the cookies I stockpiled to fight the guard with. And no, I can't use them to become a superhero or save myself from pinches again. I ate all of them in one go, and seeing me in action, the nurses figured it out. They've since somehow barred Martha from reaching the good stuff, but they still let her get the bad stuff just to mess with me. I figured that one out the hard way. The nurses. They might just be the most interesting thing in this asylum, since I didn't imagine much about them, like where they come from or where they go once they're done. Anna went in and filled those blanks for me. The nurses reside in their den in the basement when they're not needed. They always come up via the elevator. I don't know how many of them there are, but I'm guessing somewhere in the vicinity of 50, plus or minus a few because they sometimes die. Not all nurses are made equal, it seems. Depending on their assigned patients or their expected duties, they can be slightly above average or insanely strong. Greg always has 3 active nurses, because he sometimes does manage to kill them. His nurses are by far the strongest and the ones that I call most often. I've since given them nicknames. Darling is the nurse that answered my first Greg call. She's the most chatty out of the 3, always down to throw quips. She's also the strongest. Beatrice is the second Greg nurse, and she's the quiet type. I don't think I've ever heard her talk, actually. She's also the hardest to escape, with her get stuff done fast and efficient attitude. And lastly, there's Charlotte, the only nurse I've seen being made into one. I tried talking to her when she came up once, but she doesn't remember her past or even her name. She's just another nurse now, and yes, I feel very bad about it every time I think of her. I've since found her disappearance case, though it never garnered much media attention outside of the immediate town where she lived. I try my best to keep any nurse from dying. I don't want another one on my already heavy conscience. The other patients. Aside from Greg and Martha, there are plenty of patients in the building. I never counted them all, but my guess is somewhere in the hundreds given the asylum size. Most of them seem like normal people, but there are a select few bad eggs among them. They'll try to chat me up when I pass the rooms, and their words are like anglerfish lures. Once you answer, once you take the bait, you're done for. You won't be able to stop yourself from talking. They'll ask more and more personal questions, and you'll answer truthfully, no matter how hard you'll want not to. Once they know you well enough, they'll offer you a trade. Receive your greatest desire for the low price of switching places with them once you're done. How do I know this? Because despite my knowledge of the rules and my better judgment, I accidentally answered a patient once. My only saving grace was that my deepest desire was to get away from the asylum for good, which couldn't happen if I switched places with them. I was saved by a paradox. Field tests. My first night was one, and I've had plenty since. Anna usually gives me a heads up at the end of my shift, along with an address I need to reach by the next night. Once on location, I have to pretend to be a veteran employee on the way out, and teach the unlucky new guy or gal how to survive. There's no rhyme or reason to which sets of rules I'll have to field test, so my best guess is that they're picked at random. But these tests have opened my eyes to the fact that other people will have to live by the rules that I write. I've since been trying to make them as mellow as possible, while still having them pass. Otherwise, other writers might write worse rules and doom more people. It's one of the few things that keep me going, along with Greg and my fear of Anna, who I'm pretty sure is one of Satan's daughters. Anna. My interactions with her have been limited for obvious reasons. I've always been careful around her after that first night, so I haven't had to witness another one of her outbursts. But her small remarks and the way she sometimes words things have convinced me that she's not of this world, but some spawn from the depths of hell sent up here to cause suffering. For example, a few days ago, I approached her to voice one of my concerns about the job, something that a user here mentioned in the comments of the first post that I made. "Oh, come in, Mr. Mark," she said when I knocked on her door. "You need anything?" "Yes, Anna," I said, not going further than the threshold of her office. "You see, I love my job and the money that it earns me. I lied through my teeth. But I'm worried about the IRS since I didn't sign an actual contract, and you're paying me under the table." A look of realization crossed her features. She face-palmed in over-the-top manner while laughing. "I knew we forgot something," she said. "You'll have to excuse me. The IRS and work contracts aren't a thing where I come from." With another wave of her hand that produced hellish flames and smoke, she summoned a contract just ripe for signing, which I did sign, and she gave me a grin full of needle-sharp teeth. She scares the crap out of me, okay? "There," she said before the ink had a chance to dry. "That should set your mind at ease. Don't worry, there are no strange clauses in that contract. And I'll go ahead and retroactively report your income if that's okay with you. Just be sure to file your taxes as soon as possible," she said in the same cheery voice that I had grown used to, with a tad of teasing thrown into the mix. So yeah, that's what I've been doing between work and writing this post in the past few days. Getting my taxes done, because I can't afford to go to jail. I have a sneaking suspicion that any potential jail room I'll be thrown into will have a list of rules under the mattress, and it won't be one written by me. Thank you to everyone who tried to help me in the comments, but I'm afraid I'm here for the long run. And if you ever find a list of rules when you get a new job, move to a new apartment, or are otherwise in a new, scary location, I'm truly sorry. After my divorce, I had nothing. Wanting to start over, I moved out to a crappy apartment in a new city. Had no real job, no pets, no kids, and obviously no wife. No real connections to the rest of the world. I was just existing. I was constantly applying to any job that I could find, and I had landed a crappy job in a crappy cafe, serving crappy coffee to crappy people. I was bored and miserable, and despite only recently relocating to another city, I needed a more drastic change. And now, the jackpot is hit. Amidst all those random applications that I had submitted, was one for a fire lookout in the middle of the woods. No prior experience needed. That's right, a fire lookout. And those people who live isolated in a 70-foot tower in the middle of the woods, looking out for fires and knocking on campers. Despite all of the weird applications that I submitted, I remember filling this one out because I had found it odd as it stated the role was currently filled, but they were accepting applications in case it suddenly became available. I remember thinking, weird, but going for it anyway. And now, I've got the job. I got a phone call from a gruff-sounding guy who told me the pay, and that I would be living in the tower until the end of summer, so around 2 months. He also told me that it was imperative that I start right away, providing me with directions and informing me that I would be starting tomorrow if I accept, which I did. So here's to a fresh start. I've just parked my car on the furthest point that it can possibly go, and now I'm going to have to hike to the tower. It's just past 8 a.m., and Mark, the guy who gave me the call, said the hike would take about 4 hours. So I'm setting off now expecting to be there for lunch. Mark assured me there would be a full stock of food at my tower, my new home, and that I would be able to radio the nearest tower, where I would receive the lowdown on how everything works. It's chilly for a summer morning, but I am very excited for the hike, as the woods in these parts are known for their beauty and quiet atmosphere, something that I've longed for. I've just arrived at the tower, just past 1 a.m. The hike was challenging but easy to navigate, as it was well signposted and had a clear trail. The tower is much bigger than I thought it would be. I would estimate it's about 100 feet tall, with just a hut on the top of the 4 stilts, a winding staircase around the outside leading up to it. Next to the tower, an outhouse and storage unit, which I'm guessing is where the food is stored. I'll explain later once I get into the hut and I set my rucksack down. The stairs were a heck of a climb. A bit tired, but I'll get used to it. The hut is small, has a balcony all around the outside. Inside, there's a bed, a big radio, a table with a map, some books, a toolbox, and a small portable radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The sides of the hut were windows, so from the inside, I could see outstretched woods all around me. Creepy, but it makes sense as I'm literally keeping an eye out for fires. I set my rucksack down and remembered what Mark had said about radioing the nearest tower for direction, so I did. "Hello, is anyone there?" I asked as I fumbled with the big radio. "Hey, you're the new guy, aren't you? I'm Allison," a chirpy-sounding woman replied through the static. "I've been covering your part of the woods while you were making the journey here, but can't really see too far into it, so I'm glad you're here." "It's nice to meet you, yeah. I'm the new guy, Oscar," I radioed back. "Mark said that you would give me the lowdown." "Yeah, sure I can. Well, you've already figured out how to work the radio, so that's a start. The toilets are at the bottom of the tower, and so is the food stock, which gets topped up every week by Mark or her son. As for the actual job, it's a lot of looking around, making sure nobody is camping at night when they shouldn't be, and making sure no fires are started," Allison went on. "Also making sure the paths are all clear, but it's all in the handbook, which should be on your desk. Give that a read." "Thanks, Allison. I'll give that a shot and I'll get back to you," I enthusiastically said. "I'll radio you if I have any questions." No response. Cool. She seems pleasant enough. I reached for the handbook and I began flicking through it. It basically said everything that she had just told me, just in more mumbo-jumbo technical terms. But I'll study it back to front to make sure that I do a good job. As I flicked through, a piece of paper fell out of the handbook. It was lined paper which had been handwritten in blue ink. The handwriting was messy, almost frantic. The paper read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. 1. If you see a woman in the woods with a manic smile on her face, don't approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return to your tower. 2. If your radio goes off and it's anyone except your closest tower, don't answer it, no matter what you hear. 3. If you hear a woman crying between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., ignore it. 4. At night, always sleep with your lamp on. If it starts to flicker, quickly run to turn on your main light until morning. If your lamp flickers off completely before you can do this, hide under your bed until morning. 5. At night, if you hear someone running up the stairs to your tower, also turn on the main light until morning. If you don't do this by the time that she's at the top, it's too late. 6. If you wake up and see the smiling woman staring at you through your window, hide under your covers and hold your breath. She will come into your hut and you will feel her breathing right above you, as if she's hovering over you. Do not breathe. This will only last for a few seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main lights until morning. 7. If you hear any scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. 8. If you are investigating a campfire at night, and upon your arrival you hear a woman scream, run back to the tower as fast as you can. 9. If at any point you are returning to your tower, and you notice someone else inside it, run. Do not stop running until you reach the next tower. Don't look back. She will be chasing you. What the heck? Is this some sick, creepy joke? I reached for the radio to ask Allison about the weird rules I just found. But I don't want to be that new guy who fell for the prank and just gets made fun of for being creeped out. So I'm just going to leave it. Instead, I'll explore the area a bit and finally eat some food and get settled in. Good night, dude. Allison radioed in just as I was drifting off to my first night. I jolted out of sleep with a fright and hastily radioed back. Night, Allison. Thanks for the help today. My first day was done. After eating, I had explored the woods and became acquainted with the machete used for clearing paths, which was a great stress relief. I had also read up on some of the laws of the woods and further responsibilities of the job. Allison had popped up occasionally just to check in, but I never brought up the weird rules that I found. But now, I was wide awake, probably from the fright I had gotten from the radio that she gave wishing me good night. I stood up out of bed and I looked around me, seeing nothing but the forest. It was dark and creepy, but the darkness was a good thing. No fires. I knew that at night there were other watchers. Less were needed as fire is much easier to spot at night, but it was still important that I knew what to do if it was me who spotted one. I was just about to hop back into bed when I heard a scratching noise. That's strange, but it's probably an animal down by the storage box, scratching and trying to get in. Jumping into bed, tired after the first day, I reached down to turn my lamp off. Just as I do this, the scratching got faster, almost as if whatever is making it is getting excited. I move my hand away from the light switch and the scratching slows down. That's weird. What else is weird is that the scratching seems almost methodical. It has a rhythm to it. Suddenly, both of my radios started to emit a high-pitched noise. What the heck? Crapping myself, I hopped out of bed and turned on the portable radio. And just as I was fiddling with the big radio, I caught a glimpse of the list of rules that I had seen earlier. There was something about scratching, wasn't there? Oh crap. I'm not the superstitious type, but I'm not taking any chances, so I quickly grabbed the list. Rule 7. If you hear any scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. No. I turned off the big radio and I jumped under my covers. What the heck, man? I could still hear the scratching, but it sounded closer. It sounded like it had gone from being a distant noise to being right on the wooden door of my hut. It was weak now, as if whatever was making it was lightly dragging their fingernails along the door frame. I ain't moving. What the heck is it? It's the next morning. I had eventually fallen asleep under the covers last night. The scratching had stopped, but I didn't move from my covers at all, eventually letting tiredness take over. Looking back, I feel kind of stupid. I'm in the woods and there's a ton of animals and radios can pick up all types of feedback. I guess it makes sense that the first night was the hardest, trying to adjust to living 100 feet up alone in the middle of the woods. Ah well, I'm going to make the most of the day today. I'm sure the rest of the nights will be much less eventful. I can't stop thinking about that scratching noise last night. What was it? It has to be an animal, right? God, I hope it's an animal. I'm also trying not to think about that list, but man, it's hard not to. I brought it with me just in case, although I feel sort of silly doing it. I bet it's a prank. It's only my second day and I'm already being pranked. My mind is racing around the place. Anyways, I'm currently on patrol, just walking some of the routes and pathways, making sure nobody is camping in any of the openings. It's getting dark, so I think I'm going to head back. I'm just about to take a turn that will circle me back to my tower when I catch a glimpse of a campsite. Here we go, my first real task. Telling campers that they have to pack up and leave. This area is for hiking only. I head on over. The campsite has been set up in a large clearing in the trees. There's just a single reddish-yellow tent and a dried-out fire pit. Hello? I call out. You can't be camping here. It's for hiking only. Silence. No reply. I walk closer to the campsite, veering towards the fire pit in case something jumps out of the tent at me. I'm such a wimp. I call out again. Hello, is anyone there? Nothing. That's when I start to feel weird. Something didn't feel right. I can't explain it. It was just off. I'm sure whoever has set this up is just hiking and will be back. But it's already almost dark, which made me worry. Wait, there was a rule about this, I think. I took the list out of my pocket and I quickly scanned it. Sure enough. Rule 8. If you are investigating a campfire at night, and upon your arrival you hear a woman scream, run back to the tower as fast as you can. Okay, well, not okay, but okay. I've not heard a scream, it's just an empty campsite. There isn't even a live fire. I'll radio Allison. Allison, hey, there's a campsite here, no fire but no people either. What should I do? Whereabouts is it? Allison replied instantly. I gave her my coordinates after referring to the map, which I had to use my flashlight to view as it was getting to be complete darkness. I got it. It's just on the edge of my zone. I'll head down there now. You just go back to your tower, okay? Allison responded. Alright, you sure? I asked. Positive. Head back, be safe. Okay, she's the pro. I'll radio her asking how it's going when I get back. I was walking for about 30 minutes, almost back to my tower when I spotted a clear pathway that jutted off into the trees. Weird. I don't remember seeing that on the map. I thought the road that I was on had no pass leading off of it. I figured that I'd miss it in the morning, and that I would check it out tomorrow. I trudged on back to my tower. Once back, I sat at my desk just staring at the rules. I hadn't asked Allison about them. I don't want to unless something else weird happens. Tonight wasn't even weird. I just found an empty campsite. No woman screams like the rules warned. I'd been sitting there reading the rules for about 20 minutes when my main radio goes off. Hey Oscar, I've dealt with the camper. He says that he was taking a dump by some trees and wasn't aware that he wasn't allowed to camp here. Allison explains. He must have been doing his business when you were by the site. I'm walking him to his car now. All good. Okay, thanks for dealing with that. Good night. I respond, feeling bad that she trekked all the way out there for that, as I got into bed. It's the next afternoon. Last night was fine, no issues. I'm feeling more safe and secure now and have left the list on my table today. I've spent the morning eating, a lot. I think my appetite is growing due to all the walking around. I've just been staring a lot out of the woods from my tower, which is calming. It's time for my late afternoon rounds to make sure that nobody is camping. But first, I want to check out that weird trail that isn't on any maps. I get to it quite quickly. It's relatively close. And sure enough, it's as clear a trail as any. It's as if it had been maintained just as well as the main ones. I trudge along it, not expecting much. It's a bit downhill, but not a hard walk. I've been walking for about 5 minutes, and I think that I can see the end of the trail. And that's all I see. Just an end. That's kind of crap. This leads to literally nothing. Just a wall of trees. I'm just about to turn back when I see it. There's a small red handkerchief around the branch of a nearby tree. Interesting. I walk up to it, and just as I approach it, I see another one, slightly deeper in the woods, and behind that, another one. Oh, heck am I about to be an idiot and walk right into a serial killer's trap by following these. Almost as if I wanted to prove to myself that I'm not a wimp. I'm going to follow them. I've gone past 5 handkerchiefs, each plain red with no inscriptions or anything, and I'm about to reach another. The difference is that this one is on the ground, the rest were all on branches. Past this one, I can't see anymore. That's a bit annoying. Sighing as I reach down to pick up the last handkerchief and inspect it. What the heck? This is tied around something wooden, kind of heavy. I heave it up. Dirt rises off a wooden door as it reveals a small bunker. This is sweet. It's literally about 10 feet deep and 10 feet wide. Has a ladder on its wall by where the door was lifted. I shine my flashlight in and I can see a sleeping bag on the floor below, and a camera, that's it. I climbed down the ladder. It was sturdy, it felt like it had been crafted well. In fact, the whole bunker was pretty clean for being an underground bunker. But there's literally just a sleeping bag in there, and a camera with the charger plugged into the camera itself, but obviously not to any wall sockets as it's in a bunker. I pick the camera up and I try to turn it on. It's dead. It's a relatively modern camera, has a screen to view pictures on one side which seems fine other than a slight crack. The main lens on the camera though has been smashed. Looks like its days of taking pictures are long over. I'm charging this when I get back to my tower. I'm excited to see what's on it. I'll radio Allison about it when I get back, otherwise she'll know that I'm starting my actual rounds late. You'll never guess. That campsite from last night is back. Heck, it looks like it never left. It's exactly where I saw it last night. Has this guy come back thinking that he could sneak back to the exact same spot? I'm literally looking at the same reddish-yellow tent in the same position. The only difference is that the campfire is lit this time around, which was the only other light provided other than from a flashlight. Annoyed, I figured I would deal with this guy and then radio Allison the good news that I had dealt with it myself. I march up to the tent and reach to pull back the cover. I don't care if I give him a fright. He shouldn't be down here and he knows that. I pull the cover off. Wait, what? There is nothing in the tent. I mean nothing. No person, no sleeping bag, no rucksack, just dirt. The fire is burning strong behind me. As I swivel around towards it, scanning the trees beyond its fiery glow. It feels like something is staring at me. I quickly kick the fire and pour what's left of my water on it to put it out. I am literally plunging myself into complete darkness right now. The fire is out. I'm keeping my flashlight pointed at the ground because I can't bear to look at the trees beyond the campfire. Still feeling uneasy. I reach to radio Allison. A blood-curdling scream pierces the silence, coming from the growth of trees just beyond the campfire. Holy crap. The scream is one that I could never have imagined. It's a scream of pure pain and pure rage. A dark figure bursts from the trees, screaming all the while, and starts to run at me. I only make out part of its silhouette before turning around myself, but I noted the shape of a human, a woman, with long hair and arms flailing loosely by her side as she sprinted at me. I'm running through the woods that I'm only just coming to learn, staying on the path I know leads back to my tower. She hasn't stopped screaming, still chasing me. The long drawn-out scream all I can hear, piercing my thoughts. Making a sharp turn on the path, I start to scream myself, although I can't even hear my own over hers. I'm halfway back to the tower. Do I look back? No way, I can't, it'll slow me down. What the heck? The scream is getting louder. She's gaining on me. How is she still screaming? The tower. I can see the dim glow from the lamp that I had left on in the hut above, breaching the darkness ahead of me, providing me with hope. I reach the stairs, bolting up them at full speed. The windy staircase is sort of uneven, so I'm stumbling every few steps, but I've yet to lose my balance. Halfway up, I hear her bolt onto the first few steps. She is fast and I can hear it. She is gaining on me, but I think that I can make it. I'm at the top. I run into my hut, and as I slam the door, the screams suddenly stop. I'm wedged up against the door, adrenaline pumping, holding my flashlight like a weapon ready to fight. The sudden silence doesn't help. At least when she wasn't screaming, I knew where she was. My ears are still ringing though, as I stayed heaved against the door. It's been an hour now since the screaming stopped, and since then, I've not heard a sound. My adrenaline has died, but I'm still terrified. I'm finally going to move from the door and radio Allison, unable to speak before from the fear. If that's a prank, that's messed up. Although for my sake, I hope that it's a prank. I flick the main radio on. Allison? I anxiously gasp. Allison, please answer. After what feels like an hour's silence, but was probably only half a minute or so, I hear a croaky moan. That's not Allison, is it? It was the woman's voice, sounded in pain. What if that freaky thing that chased me got to Allison? Just as I was about to respond to check up on her, the radio sounded again. What started as another moan got louder, turning into a scream. It was the same scream. The same scream that will haunt my dreams, tainting them in pain and anger. She was screaming through my radio. I slammed it off. Good morning, man. How'd you sleep? Allison chirped the next morning. Allison? I replied, warily from my lack of sleep the previous night. What is this list I found? What list? Allison radioed back. I explained everything that had happened, from finding the list to the scratching, to being chased by a crazy demon chick last night. Allison sighed deeply, as if to say, here we go again. This has happened before. In fact, it happens to every person who gets assigned to your tower, Allison stated. I don't know what to believe anymore. At first, I thought it was just people going crazy from the isolation. I mean, I've never seen anything. But after Harvey, and you only after, 4 days? I don't know what to believe. Harvey, I replied. Who's Harvey? The guy before you. He lived in your tower for over a year. Refused to ever go home or take a holiday. Allison continued. He was a tough guy, good with his hands. He always had a project going on. Sometimes, towards the end, I wouldn't hear from him for days. I think he spent entire nights out of this tower. No idea where he went though. Towards the end, I asked. I wasn't letting that slide by. Yeah, he disappeared. Mark thinks he ran off, as the tower was apparently just empty when he checked up on him. No bags, no belongings, no Harvey. But I don't know. Why would he just quit after a year of refusing to leave the woods at all? Allison continued. But in the months leading up to his disappearance, he became obsessed with a smiling lady. Claimed that he would see her at night, but he never went into detail. If I questioned him, he would just stop replying. Like I said, he didn't talk to me much. But him leaving didn't explain why the job advertisement stated the job may suddenly become available. So, I questioned Allison on that. I don't know about that, she replied. I've been working here for 2 years and Mark still never tells me anything. And who worked here before Harvey? I pondered. Another guy, Rick, Allison said. He left a few days after I started. But he asked me once if I had seen a woman in the woods. A woman that smiles. I said no, and I thought nothing of it. I thought he was weird. I didn't feel content with the amount of information I was receiving. Unsure if she genuinely doesn't know much or is hiding something. So, I decided to ask her about it. What made you take this job? Well, I guess we're opening up to each other this morning, are we? Allison nervously chuckled. I didn't reply, waiting for her answer to my question. My sister, she went missing in these woods, Allison said, voice trembling. It was right before I started. I took the job to, I don't know, try to find her. Or try to help others who might get lost, I don't know. I'm sorry about your sister, Allison. I felt bad for asking. That's courageous of you, though. I'm not going to ask any more questions. Not yet. I'm not sure how much she's actually telling me. But at the moment, I feel like she's my ally, and I want to keep it that way. I thanked her for talking to me. I trust her, I think. I feel a bit more at ease, although I'm not sure why. Harvey apparently just disappeared, and both he and Rick claimed to have seen the smiling lady. Was that the lady that chased me last night? The camera that I had found was now charged up. It's evening. I still haven't slept. I've not really moved. I've just been trying to make sense of all the information Allison gave me, but I can't. And maybe the camera will provide some answers. It flickers on. On the screen, 3 choices. Photo, gallery, settings. I choose gallery. The first few photos aren't exciting. There's a few pictures of a random lake, a random house, a random car. Nothing that helps me. Flicking through them at such a fast pace, I almost didn't notice that I had skimmed over a picture of the tower. My tower. And at the base of the tower, a family. A family of 3. The father has dark hair, quite tall and looks as if he's experienced with the outdoors. A big, sturdy guy. The mother, a blonde woman with a beautiful smile, her arm on her husband's shoulder. The third member is a child, a boy with short brown hair and a striking resemblance to who I guessed to be his father. I continue to look through the photos, but no longer see the family together, only the man. He was taking selfies inside my tower, taking photos of the view from my window, of the outhouse and of some of the trails. Was this Harvey or Rick? If it were Harvey, why would he not want to leave the woods to see his family? And then the photos got stranger. The next photo was of a bunker. The bunker. The one that I had found nearby, built into the ground holding only the sleeping bag and his camera. It looks unfinished, a work in progress. With each picture, it looked more complete. Whoever had this camera was building it. Allison said Harvey was good with his hands, didn't she? Why would he build a bunker in the woods, and so close to the tower? The next photo of a random tree in the darkness. In fact, the next 4 or 5 photos are of this tree. At the base of the tree, a shadow. A weird, distorted shadow. A shadow that doesn't make sense. Was Harvey, or whoever this guy is, trying to take a photo of something? Was he trying to take a photo of the smiling lady? What the heck was that noise? What time is it? 2:13 a.m. Something just woke me up. I can't hear anything now, but something definitely woke me up. I was so tired from the night before that I wouldn't have just woken up on my own accord. Maybe it's I hear faint crying. A woman's cry. It doesn't sound too close, but I sit up in bed and I listen to the long, mournful wails. I know this rule. Rule 3. If you hear a woman crying between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., ignore it. Except I can't ignore it. It sounds so sad, so broken. Part of me wants to go and help her. The other part of me wants to investigate and get answers. No part of me wants to ignore it. Quietly as I can, I slide on my gear, grab my flashlight and radio, and open the door to my hut. I carefully went down the stairs, shining the light on my feet to ensure that I don't trip. The crying is coming from an area of the woods off the path, so I carefully tread towards the dark cluster of trees. The cries are of such pain, such sadness. I can only compare them to that of a mother who has lost her child, wailing in complete despair, losing a part of her soul with every agonizing sob. My flashlight is off now, as the crying gets louder. I'm crouched down, moving bush to bush, tree to tree. The air is foggy, cold, getting colder the closer I get. As I crouch behind a tree, I see her. She sat down by a tree, her face covered, crying into her hands. She is side onto me and has long dark hair which sprawls down her back and rests in the dirt. Although I can't see it too clearly, she wears a gown which seems clean and undamaged. What is damaged though are her arms. Her arms are twisted and broken. One of her elbows is bent backwards, with bone jutting out under the skin from both her forearms, although not piercing through. Her fingernails, long, sharp, not an ounce of meat on her body almost skeletal. Her pale white skin glowing in the darkness, hugging her collarbone, accentuating her bony figure. My radio statics only for a second. I quickly look down to turn it off, and as I do I realize the crying has stopped. I'm still looking down at my radio. Crap, she heard me. I can't look up. I feel sick. I force myself and I slowly look up at her. She's looking at me. She has hollow, dark, wide eyes, the look lifeless. The whites of her eyes providing a drastic contrast to her dark pupils. Her eyebrows are raised. She's smiling. Her smile is unnaturally wide, spreading across her face wider than what should have been possible, baring all of her teeth. Her smile so menacing, dark. On her face, remnants of the tears that she had cried, some tears still dripping off her sharp cheekbones and dripping down her narrow neck. Except she wasn't crying now. She looked excited. I'm about to run. I can't look away from her, but I'm trying to convince myself to freaking run. I need to run. I've been staring at her for about half a minute and she hasn't moved. Her eyes still locked with me, her smile sinister. Just as I'm about to muster the courage to turn my back on her and run, she moves. In one quick motion, her neck snaps to the side with a click, and she crawls into the darkness beyond her. The movement's so fast, her broken arms cracking as she shot away. And this is my chance. I turn to run. I run hard, don't look back. I'm dodging some trees, running into others, but not stopping. Why did she just leave me alone like that? There's the tower. I run up the stairs, stumbling into my hut, and I slam the door. I hear nothing. From the safety of my hut, I'm looking around the base of the tower, the woods around me. I see nothing. Forget it. I'm getting under my covers. I turn my lamp on and I jump into bed. Shaking, I try to calm myself so that I can listen to my surroundings, listening out for her over my pounding heartbeat. But I hear nothing. There is nothing but silence. Just as I peep out from my covers, building up the courage to radio Allison, I see it. Scratch marks on the floor of my hut. Marks that weren't there before. Marks that I must have missed when I raced in. They look like something made by an animal. Made by something crawling. The marks are from the door of my hut, all the way across the room to my bed. I couldn't see her outside before because she was already inside the hut with me. She's under the bed. I'm frozen. I know she's there. I can feel it. She's under my bed. What do I do? I think back to the rules. Was there anything about this? There are 2 rules that could help, but I don't know which one to follow. Rule 6. If you wake up and see the smiling woman staring at you through your window, hide under your covers and hold your breath. She will come into your hut and you will feel her breathing right above you as if she's hovering over you. Do not breathe. This will last only a few seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. Or, rule number 9. If at any point you are returning to your tower and you notice someone else inside it, run. Do not stop running until you reach the next tower. Don't look back. She will be chasing you. Do I hide under my covers and wait until she leaves, like in rule number 6? Or do I run, because she's inside my tower, like in rule 9? She was already inside when I entered, so that's rule 9, right? I hear her, not loud, but I hear her. The kind of sound made when someone is trying to move slowly while trying not to break the silence. The slightest shuffle. A second later, the slight cracking noise. Her arms, they're moving. With it, a low, stifled groan. I close my eyes. I need to make up my mind. Do I stay under my covers or run? Rule 6 or rule 9? I feel the slightest tug at the bottom of my covers. It wasn't a hard tug, and it only lasted a second. Following this, a second tug, slightly harder than the last. I choose rule 9. With an explosion of speed, I leap out of my bed and I burst through the door as it slams behind me. I don't see her, I don't look. Luckily, I'm already in my shoes from earlier. I'm halfway down the tower, and I hear a bang above me. The door is slamming as she leaves the hut. I'm at the bottom of my tower, and I hear steps above me. She's halfway down the tower. I'm running towards the path, and I hear the shuffle of dirt and grass behind me. She's at the bottom of the tower. I'm running towards the bunker. The noise behind me gets louder. She's catching up. She's on the path. I reach the bunker and quickly open it. I swing onto the ladder and I shut the panel above me. I hear her. She's moving around above me, on the wood and the grass around it. Her low moans freeze me, making my hair stand on end, as she croaks in anguish. I'm in the corner of the bunker. I'm staring up towards the door, but can't see it through the darkness. She's still above me. I hear her movements. They're a mix of fast, sudden jolts and slow, almost confused movements. Maybe she didn't see me go into the bunker. Maybe she doesn't even know about it. Or can she not get in? Is this where Harvey would spend his nights when he wasn't at the tower? Allison said that she didn't know where he would spend some of his nights. Was it here? I can't hear anything now. It's been about 20 minutes. I think the creature above me is gone, but I'm done being an idiot. I'm staying here until the morning. I eventually drift off to the calm sound of the wind caressing nearby trees. So, last night was too close. Looking back on my decision to investigate, I feel stupid. I'm not sure if it was from my lack of sleep, or that she had casted some sort of spell on me, but I won't be making decisions like that again. I'm going to be a stickler to the rules. It's morning. I'm still in the bunker. I eventually build up the courage to lift the panel above me and peep out. Blinded by the sunlight after being enshrouded in darkness for so long. All looks clear. Wary, I climb out and I head to my tower. I'm quickly climbing the stairs to my tower when I hear a voice behind me. Hey! I crap myself, spinning around and almost falling off the side of the staircase. There's a girl at the base of the tower, a normal looking girl. She has brown hair, glasses, and is carrying a large rucksack. She's wearing hiking gear and is smiling at me. "Oh, I'm sorry to scare you," she says. "Hi, I'm Samantha. Sam." I'm still just staring at her, heart pounding. "Mark's daughter," she explains. "I'm here to top up your food." Allison had mentioned that Mark or his son would be here for that. No mention of a daughter. "Oh, hey," I reply, voice shaking. "Sorry, you scared me. I'm, Oscar." "Hey, Sam," she reiterates, still smiling. "Are you okay?" I force a weak smile and nod. Just gave me a fright, that's all. I thought it was Mark or his son that tops this up." She laughs. "Oh, it usually is. I've just kind of recently started helping out, I guess. You're actually my first stop today. It's nice to meet you, Oscar. It's getting dark now. I'm feeling determined to find out what's happening in these woods. Don't get me wrong, I'm scared, but I'm done making bad choices. As far as I know, I could be on my own. I don't know who to trust. Allison, maybe. I'll need to see. Just before heading to bed, I radio her and I ask her something. Hey Allison, I say. Does Mark have a daughter? Oscar, hey. Allison replies a minute later. I was about to radio you goodnight. I'm not too sure about that. I've only met his son. Why? Okay, I was just wondering. Are you okay, Oscar? Has something else happened? She asks. I'm fine, Allison. Good night. I'm still terrified, but I know what I need to do. These rules are my lifeline. They will keep me alive, so I need to follow them. I know that now more than ever. I'm keeping my shoes on when I sleep tonight just in case. I decide as I turn on the lamp before switching off the main light. I've been lying in bed for about 30 minutes when I heard it. The scratching again. Rule 7. If you hear any scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. The scratching is faint. It sounds like it's coming from somewhere in the staircase, if not down below by the outhouse. Immediately, I rush to my big radio and I switch it off. I check that my small radio is off, which it is. I swiftly move back to my bed and I get under the covers. The scratching continues. It gets louder. Each one is slow and long, mimicking the sound of nails against a wooden board. Each scratch is followed by around 10 seconds of silence, and then by another one that sounds closer than the last. Soon, the scratching feels as if it's right by me, almost as if it's on the frame of my bed. I hold my breath and I close my eyes. Not a rule, I'm just terrified. The next scratch is longer than the rest. It's either on my bed frame or on the door of my hut. I don't know. I can't think straight, but I'm not going to move. The scratching has stopped now for about 15 minutes. All I can hear is the rustling of the trees below as the wind whips through them, creating an atmospheric whooshing sound right past my hut. I had already made the decision to stay under my covers for the remainder of the night, just in case, when I heard another sound. Faint footsteps. Each fast thud increases in volume, as I realized she was sprinting up the staircase. In my panic, I forgot the rule. Instinctively, I jolt out of bed and run to my main light switch. I turn it on and the running immediately stops. I'm frozen, standing by my light switch, waiting for something to happen, but nothing does. Trembling, I edge toward the list of rules which I kept beside my bed, pick it up and check that I've done the right thing. Rule 5. At night, if you hear someone running up the stairs to your tower, also turn on the main light until morning. If you don't do this by the time she's at the top, it's too late. Thank God. I had known that my main light was included in more than one of the rules, and I am so relieved that I had chosen correctly. I'm looking around the balcony surrounding my tower, and I see nothing. I stare at the top of the staircase for what feels like an eternity, but nothing happens. Nothing comes up. The bright glow of the main light makes it impossible to see out into the surrounding woods below, I thought as I sat at my desk. It's been around 2 hours since she tried to run up my stairs, and there's no way that I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. So, I use my time wisely. I've been intensively reading the maps of the surrounding areas, learning the routes around my tower like the back of my hand. However, I have also learned something new. I managed to learn the route to the next closest tower. It's not too complicated. While I still think that I can trust Allison, I want to actually meet her. I want to see her for myself and talk freely, face to face, not hiding behind a radio. I've decided that tomorrow, I'm going to go to Allison's tower. I wake up early. I'm only on a few hours of sleep, but it'll do. In fact, I'm too driven to even notice. I pack a light backpack, some food, water, flashlight, radio, my map, and my machete. I also bring the camera to see if Allison can confirm if the man in the photos is actually Harvey. The sunlight is peering over the outstretched trees, but I've never really taken in the beauty of the sunrise. I'm usually either asleep or scared out of my mind. But it was beautiful. I decided not to tell Allison that I'm coming. While I do feel a degree of trust, I don't want to warn her of my whereabouts, giving her a chance to change or alter anything, just in case. I lace up my shoes and start the trek to Allison's tower. It should only take about 3 hours. The route was relatively direct, and judging from the map, I wouldn't have too many steep climbs or anything. I noticed a stark difference as I ventured out of my zone and into Allison's. Each lookout has his own, there to maintain the pathways and deal with any issues that may arise within their zone. However, as I made the transition into Allison's, I noticed that her paths were not well maintained. To be honest, they weren't maintained at all. Overgrown trees, bushes, and flora made me thankful I brought my machete as I hacked away and continued along the barely visible paths. It was tiring work, but I wanted to make sure that the pathways were clear enough to run through should I suddenly need. I was just losing my motivation and starting to get hungry when I reached her tower. It had taken about 5 hours due to the work that I'd put in clearing the pathways, but I'm here now. The tower is exactly like mine, the same layout with the hut on top of the 4 stilts, huddled within a small opening in the woods. Her outhouse was on the opposite side, but her food bank was in an identical position to mine, just left of the tower base. However, there is one massive difference that I immediately notice. What the heck? The remains of a massive fire pit like that of a bonfire around 50 feet from her tower. Surrounded by stones, it looks like one that someone had gotten good use out of. Considering our job is to make sure that there are no fires at all in the woods, that's a bit strange, isn't it? I make my way up to the tower. I'm relatively quiet as I do so, partly because I don't want her to think that I'm the smiling lady running up her stairs, but mostly because I'm nervous. Upon reaching the top, I can already see the tower has nobody in it. In fact, it looks like it never has anyone in it. The hut has old nest along the top of it, old spiderwebs along the banisters, and dust literally everywhere. I go to open the door. It's locked. That's weird. My tower doesn't even have a lock. I peer through the glass, squinting to see through the thick layer of dust on the inside of the window. It's dark. Darker than it should be in there. I can make out the main radio on a table next to a stack of what looks like newspapers and files. The bed, messy, unkempt. There's a bag peeking out from under the bed. I'm guessing it's her rucksack. From what I can see, there are no books, no decks of cards, nothing to keep her occupied during the day. How does she stay sane? I decide to radio her. I haven't trekked all this way not to meet her. I pick up my radio. Allison, come in. Hey. A fast reply. What's up, Oscar? Hey, just wondering, I say as I decide to investigate a bit before letting her know that I'm here. Whereabouts are you? Oh, I'm in my tower. Why? She replies. What the heck? I'm certain that this is the right tower. This is her tower. I'm looking into it and nobody's there. She's lying to me. It's nothing. I lie, trying to mask my trembling voice behind one of confidence. Just some campers on the edge of my zone. I'll deal with them. No reply. Did she buy it? Does she believe me? Reply, Allison. I need to know if you believe me or not. Cool. Nice one, Oscar. Thanks for that. Okay, thank God. She believes me, I think. I decide to head down the tower and hide behind a tree nearby. I wanted to scope this out. Maybe she was just heading back to the tower, so she said that she was there already. It could just be a misunderstanding. So I'm going to scope the situation out and see what happens. It's been over 30 minutes. There's not been any sign of her, not any sign of anything. In fact, this area is completely quiet, completely dead. Where is the rustle of animals, the sound of distant hikers? It is so quiet, too quiet. During the wait, I told myself that if she didn't come back soon, I was going to break into her tower. I have no idea if that's illegal or not. It's technically the property of my employer, right? I'm guessing it is illegal, but I need to investigate, and I need to do it soon, before it gets dark. I hit the door with the butt of my machete just above the doorknob. The loud bang breaks the eerie silence, followed by the creak of the door as it swings open, freezing me for a second as I wait for something to happen. Nothing. I head inside. Dust hits me and I hold myself back from coughing. I need to be quiet and I need to be fast. The inside of the hut is cold, weirdly colder than the temperature outside. I walk over to the stacks of newspapers and files. The headline for the first newspaper I see gives me chills. Sister hikers missing. I skim the article. It's these woods. 2 sisters missing. Was this Allison's sister? She only told me that she had 1 sister missing. Was she the other one? This doesn't make sense. I flicked through the rest of the newspapers, mostly just reiterating that 2 sisters were still missing. Until 1 sister found after being missing for 3 weeks. The article stated that one of these sisters had been found alive and well, but the other one was still missing. It says that they were separated after getting lost in the woods. Allison hadn't mentioned that she had also gotten lost. If this was about her, did she consider that too personal? Or did she lie? I turned my attention to the files. Inside, one piece of paper. It's headlined, Oscar. What the heck? Under it, information about me. Information that I'd shared with her about my divorce and why I took the job, my age, what I look like. Maybe she just kept these so she wouldn't forget. An odd way of trying to be friendly. Wait, how does she know that? We've never met. How does she know what I look like? Something weird is going on here. I turn my attention to the bag under the bed. It's a big rucksack, dark blue. I pull it out and I open it up. Inside, clothes. They look like male clothes. T-shirts, hiking pants, a rain jacket. I dig deeper. I find a hammer and then a wrench. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. The next item that I take out, a pair of sunglasses. Engraved on the side, RS. Initials, definitely not Allison's, but somebody's. I reach my hand into the bottom of the bag and feel a small metallic object. I lift it out and it's a pocket knife. It's a very nice knife. It looks like something that someone had personally designed. It's got a golden outline and laced through it is a mix of wavy silver and black designs. And there's something engraved in this too, in very small letters. To my love, to you, Harvey. What the heck? Why does she have Harvey's knife? Is this his stuff? Is this where his stuff went after he disappeared? I'm not taking anything. She'll know that I was here. But I'm getting out of here. I don't feel safe. As I stand to leave, I hear a familiar voice behind me. Allison's voice. You know, all she wants is to make you smile. I spin around. Behind me, a woman stands between me and the door. She is slightly shorter than me, with messy, unwashed blonde hair which expels out at all angles. Her clothes, long, light brown hiking pants ruined by old dirt and stains. Similarly, her light red checkered shirt looks like it's seen better days. wrinkled, dirty, a rip stemming from the end of one of her sleeves. Her face, normal, or at least human. The bright blue irises of her eyes provided a direct contrast to the red, bloodshot surroundings. She looks like she hasn't slept in weeks. Her frenzied eyes screaming insanity, looking at me maniacally, with her hands drooped by her side. Her frail body is one of malnourishment, one of abandonment. Allison, I stammer. What do you mean she wants to make me smile? She just wants you to smile, Allison replied, still staring at me with a crazed look in her eyes. Right, Allison, what is going on? I try to act confident. Are you okay? Allison moves towards the bed. I circle around the hut as she does so. I'm now by the door, a good start. She sits down on the bed and looks down at the dusty floor. I see a tear run down her face. This is a broken woman. We went missing, Allison gulped. Both of us. And I got saved and she didn't. I couldn't tell them what I did, but it was bad. And now she's... She trailed off. What did you do, Allison? I'm ready to reach for my machete at any moment. We got lost, and we were lost for so long. She kept telling me, it's going to be okay, Allison. They'll find us, Allison. But they didn't. For so long, and I got so hungry. She was always so positive, always smiling. But food, we couldn't catch anything, nothing worked. We tried, Oscar. I promise we tried. Allison said, her voice straining. Okay, Allison. I know you tried. What happened? She looked up. I jumped, but she only continued to speak. She was looking at me, smiling when I pushed her. I pushed her far, off the side. It was a moment of weakness, a moment of hunger. She fell so far. Her arms, they cracked. She wasn't moving. I was so hungry. She looked back to the ground. She died how she lived. Smiling. My stomach churned. She killed her own sister. I've heard hunger makes you do crazy things. I've heard it makes you do anything for food. But after I pushed her, I couldn't do it. She looked up at me once more, tears welling in her otherwise frantic eyes. And the next day, they found me. My stomach dropped. They found her only a day after that. While I was scared of her, I felt a sense of sympathy for Allison. I couldn't live with that. A moment of madness defining my life forever. And for what? For literally nothing. And then she found me. Allison whispered as she looked back to the ground, another tear rolling down her cheek. Who found you? I asked, hoping it wasn't who I think she would say. My blood frozen. My sister. Still smiling. Still hungry. Allison murmured. She's taking revenge on me, and she's taking revenge on you. Allison stood up and looked back at me. On all of you. I took a small step back, backing out of the hut, not taking my eyes off of Allison. What have I done? I asked. She blames you all. You couldn't find her. It's your job, our job, to find her. Instead, she found me. And I won't lose her again. Allison starts walking slowly towards me. Allison, I didn't even freaking work here. I had never even been to these woods. I'm starting to panic as I take steps back. Allison, we can get you help. We can get you out. She gets hungrier every time. She's never satisfied anymore. There is no getting out. As she said this, I knew why these surrounding woods were so quiet. Harvey even worked out the 10 rules, and she still got to him eventually. Rules not even I can work out, Allison, for the first time, starts to smile. And Oscar, she's so hungry now. She lunges at me with a sudden, sharp screech, arms outstretched. Her weak frame is easy to overpower. I roll her to the side and with a swift movement, push her away from me. She stumbles and her foot slides off the side of the balcony. She loses her balance, hitting the wooden floor with a thud before falling from the side of the tower. It all happened so fast. I fell to the floor as I push her, mostly out of shock. I hear her hit something on the way down, probably the steps, followed by a solid thud as she meets the ground below. She didn't once scream as she fell. Holy crap, I just killed her. Oh my god. I scramble to my feet and I rush down the stairs, hoping that she's not dead. When I reach the bottom, I see her lying around 10 feet from the tower's base. Face down, arms broken, twisted. A small pool of blood oozing from her head and feeding the soil below, unmoving. I'm running back to my tower, stopping briefly only when the exhaustion takes over. I should be able to get there before it's dark. Forget this, I'm getting out of these woods. Allison's insane, she attacked me, it was self-defense. She was freaking insane. Something she said is really sticking with me. Harvey worked out the 10 rules. On the sheet that I now know was written by Harvey, there were only 9. What is the 10th rule? This at least explains how Harvey survived for so long, a year. The poor man before him, Rick, who I now suspect owned these sunglasses in Allison's hut, only survived a week. But Harvey had 9 rules. 9 ways the smiling lady can get you, and how to avoid her. I'm not sticking around to find out what the 10th is. I'm getting out of these woods. I'm still running back. I can feel someone watching me. I see my tower. It's almost dark. I don't know how the heck I'm going to get to my car and I don't want to be walking these woods at night. So I've decided I'm going to sleep at the bunker. I figured that's where Harvey spent his nights when he wasn't at the tower. I figured that's key to how he survived for so long, and it's even saved me in the past. I'm going to run up to my tower, grab my main rucksack, and go to the bunker. I'm on the verge of passing out from dehydration, so I'm in need of some water, which is also up in my tower. I'll grab my things and go, in and out. I'm in my tower. I frantically gather my things. I turn to leave. I hear something. It's faint, easy to miss, but it's there. I hold my breath and stop moving, listening for what the sound is. Long, slow, quiet sounds. I hear scratching. Rule 7. If you hear scratching at any point, either on your hut or by the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under your covers until the scratching stops. You're freaking kidding me. She knows. She knows I'm trying to leave. I'm frozen in place hoping the scratching will stop, knowing that if it doesn't, I'll have to follow the rules. I turn to my radio. Over it in the woods directly below, I see a pale white face looking up at me. The same stringy, dark hair dangling from her head. The same wide, sinister smile plastered across her face. Her white skin illuminated by the surrounding darkness. I see none of her body, just her face emerging from the black of night. She's looking up at me, her excited eyes locked with mine. She knows I'm trying to escape. I have to spend one last night here, and I feel like she's going to do everything she can to get me. I break our gaze and turn the radios off before jumping under my covers. What Allison said to me is ringing in my mind. She's so hungry now. The scratching stops shortly after I go under my covers. I can literally feel her hunger in the air, looming above my tower, focusing in on me. I peek from my bed once I'm certain that these scratching noises have stopped. I don't want her to catch me off guard. I want to be ready for anything that she throws at me. I stand up and circle around the balcony of my hut, scanning the surrounding area. Where she stood before, she no longer does. I knew she was fast. Previously, she had beat me back to my tower when I found her crying in the woods. She could be anywhere. I turned back to walk into my hut. I'm looking out one of my windows as the reflection of the dull lamp starts to flicker behind me. Crap. Rule 4. At night, always sleep with your lamp on. If it starts to flicker, quickly run to turn on your main light until morning. If your lamp flickers off completely before you can do this, hide under your bed until the morning. My eyes adjust as I look at the reflection of the lamp, and she's there, right in front of me, through the glass, standing on my balcony. It's her. Her broken arms distended, her straggly hair wet, her eyes large, her smile wide. Rule 6. If you wake up and you see the smiling woman staring at you through the window, hide under your covers and hold your breath. She will come into your hut, and you will feel her breathing right above you, as if she is hovering over you. Do not breathe. This will only last a few seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. The lamp flickers once more and then shuts off, plunging me into darkness. I have 2 rules that I need to follow. 2 conflicting rules. I can't look away from her, but I know that I have to turn on the main light. Her neck suddenly snaps to the side, and she starts to walk fast. Fast, stopping loud with each step, as she makes her way around the balcony towards the door on the other side. Oh crap. I turn and I sprint to the main light. She's about halfway to the door when I turn it on, and now I have to decide whether I hide under the bed or hide under the covers. I choose the covers. Rule 6 specified, she will come into your hut, and she's about to do that. I run towards my bed and pull the covers over my eyes. As I do so, I see the door of my hut open. I hear her loud, fast footsteps charging towards me, but I see only darkness now that I lay beneath thick covers. I hold my breath. I can feel her, just as the rule said I would. She's right above me. I feel her breath. It's cold. My eyes are shut, but I know she's there. I'm trying to hold my breath. My heart is pounding out of my chest. My stomach is churning in fear, but I refuse to breathe. Yet she waits, desperate for me to do so. What happens if I breathe? Will she kill me here and now? Will she possess me? My chest hurts. I can't hold it for much longer. She can sense it. She can sense that I'm struggling. Her exasperated breasts are getting more and more excitable. I feel her hair dangling on either side of me from above the covers, wet. I can't do it. I need to breathe. This is it. I'm done. My mouth opens. She's gone. She just vanished. I hold on for 3 or 4 more seconds, as long as I physically can, before coughing and gasping for air. But she's gone. No more cold breath, no more presence. I was alone again. I peel back the covers. My hut's door is wide open, swinging in the wind. My main light is still on, as is my lamp once more. Did she use the flickering of my lamp as an attempt to try to get me to mess up? To choose the wrong rule? If I had chosen to hide under the bed, would she have killed me? It's been quiet for a few hours. My main light is still on, and so is my lamp. I feel slightly safer, but I think that's her game plan. To lure me into a false sense of security. I'm not letting my guard down, and thank God I didn't. I see a campfire, right by my tower. The glare of the light from the hut makes it harder to see, but I see it. In fact, I see more than one. There are campfires all around my tower. I walk around the balcony's edge. I count 6 fires. By each fire, there are dark, human figures with their backs turned towards me. What the heck? They're all standing, one per fire, looking into it. The figures are of different sizes. One looks like a child. I can't make out any specific features in the darkness, just their shapes. By the 6th fire, there is no figure. Why is there no figure there? Just as my eyes start to adjust to the darkness below, the figures begin to fall into their fires, one by one. The first to fall into its fire resembles a man. The figure is tall and skinny. He drops face first into the flames, almost willingly. As he squirms, the flames engulf him, making it impossible to make out any of his features. His screams pierce the air. As I stare in horror, another figure, a woman, then falls into her fire. She screams as the flames cover her, writhing in the fire, but she does not attempt to escape it. Next, the smallish figure. The figure of a child, a boy, as he falls face down into the fire. I gasp. I can't bring myself to scream. My whole body is in shock. The child is silent, but twitching violently as the fire burns him. Fourth, the largest silhouette. A wide, sturdy shape of a large man. He falls into his fire, grunting in pain, holding back screams, but barely moving as he burns. Lastly, the shape of a woman. I turn to her before she falls. I need to see. I run inside, grab my flashlight, and run back to where I stood before. As she falls into her fire, I shine it upon her, catching only a glimpse of her messy blonde hair and red checkered shirt, a rip along its sleeve, before the flames take over. There's one fire left burning, the sixth fire, the fire with no figure by it. As the screams of those below me echo into the night, I hear the faint sound of a woman crying, somewhere in the trees below. "Oscar!" A voice calls out just as the first rays of sun peek through the trees. "Oscar, are you there?" I run to the balcony, albeit cautiously, and see Sam, Mark's daughter, standing below. She's in the same clothes as the last time that I saw her. "Sam!" I yell. "Sam, we have to get out of here. They're..." "Oscar!" she shouts back. "Oscar, I know everything. I know about Allison, about her sister. I know about Harvey and his family, about Rick. I know everything. We have to get out of here, Sam." "We can't, Oscar," she cries out. "We have to burn her. We have to burn Allison's sister." "Why do we have to burn her?" I scream. "That's Rule 10, Oscar. She's going to follow you, no matter where you go. If you leave this place, she'll be a step behind you forever, unless you burn her. That's Rule 10. Find her body and burn it." Rule 10. Burn her body, or she'll chase you forever. "How are we supposed to find her body?" I shout, defeated. "I know where it is, Oscar." Sam smiles warmly in an attempt to calm me. "Let me explain everything on the way. It's nearby." I've survived all the other rules. Now, I just need to survive one more. I grab my machete. It makes sense that the smiling lady follows you out of the woods. That's why Harvey couldn't leave, and that's why neither could Allison. That's why Allison said, "There's no getting out," because there isn't. Unless we burn her. And Sam. Allison said Mark didn't have a daughter, but was that just to throw me off? To turn me against a potential ally? Either way, I don't fully trust Sam, not by a long shot. Definitely not until I hear what she has to say. So, I grab my machete. I edge down the steps, approaching Sam. She's looking at me. Her eyes dart to the machete, but she seems to understand my cautiousness. "Why didn't you tell me all of this before?" I ask. "If you know everything, why didn't you tell me when we first met?" "I didn't know who to trust, Oscar," Sam explains. "I had known Harvey, and we trusted nobody, not fully, except each other. And Harvey's dead now." I'm solemn with my words. "How did you know him?" "Yes." She looks down. "He is." "That was confirmed last night. I struck up a friendship with him when he worked here. I would bring him extra food and take runs just to see him. That's why I'm in these woods now. I was looking for him. But after last night, it's clear. Yeah, he's dead. How was it confirmed last night? I ask. She seems genuinely heartbroken. The lady, the smiling lady, she seems to focus on one victim at a time. While she's hunting someone, it seems like she ignores everyone else. That's why Allison kept feeding her people, so that her sister wouldn't turn on her. Sam explains. My breathing is heavy, my heart racing. She carries on. Last night, I was out looking for Harvey as I've been doing. I saw the fires around your tower, and I saw those figures falling into them. People that she's taken. One of them resembled Harvey, and some of the others, his family. I saw the sixth fire, the one she's made for you, and I heard her crying to try to lure you out. She focuses on her prey one at a time, which confirms that you're her target. She's already got Harvey. She never gives up on her prey until she gets them. And it's you now. You have to burn her. But I killed Allison, not her. I pushed her when she attacked me. So why did I see her fall into the fire last night? I'm shaking. I hadn't actually said aloud that I had killed her before. Yes, I thought you might have. The smiling lady wouldn't have attacked her while she was focused on you. But it doesn't mean that, since Allison's death, the smiling lady hasn't taken her, hasn't eaten her. She's always hungry. It's all she cares about. Why don't you just burn her body? I shout. This is messed up. I'm desperate for a way out of this nightmare. It has to be you. It has to be the one that she's hunting. I've tried, but I only found her body after Harvey disappeared. Whenever I try to burn it, the flames won't light. I don't understand it, but I know it has to be you. She lit a fire for you last night, and it has to be you who lights hers. How the heck can I trust you? Tears rolling down my cheeks. It made sense while she was looking for Harvey. She needed him to burn her body. Sam pleads. I hid in a bunker last night, and that's how I'm here so early. It was Harvey's bunker, Oscar. The smiling lady doesn't know about it, and that's how he survived for so long. I can show you where it is if... I know where it is, I whisper. I have no choice. I have to trust her. I have to burn the body. I quickly go upstairs and I grab my backpack. In it, I put my lighter and a canister of kerosene. I'm going to follow Sam, but I'm not letting go of my machete. Of course it's in a freaking cave. On the way, Sam explained that after being pushed, Allison's sister had crawled there in an attempt to find shelter, but had succumbed to her injuries within the cave. She explained that's why I may have seen her crying, because these smiling ladies were playing her final moments on a loop, which drives her hate. That also explains why she's always smiling. Allison said that she was smiling when she pushed her. As Sam stands by the cave, creviced into the side of a steep hill, I shine my flashlight into its entrance. I don't see much. It's a thin, tunnel-like structure, around 8 feet across, 15 feet tall. There isn't much room to maneuver should we run into any trouble. I can't see far enough into it to see where it ends. We enter the cave. She's near the end of the cave, Sam whispers. There's like a turn at the end, maybe 300 feet inward. We should be safe. I've never seen your ghost in the day before. Sam trails off. She leads the way. I'm keeping a close eye on her, but that becomes harder the further that we get in. Soon, we are enveloped in darkness. The light from our flashlights is all that I can see, as we leave the daylight behind us and enter the dark. Sound soon becomes non-existent. Our footsteps and shallow breathing are only company. Almost as if out of nowhere, we meet a wall. To the left, a downward slope takes us deeper into the cave's abyss. Why the heck would she go so deep? I whisper. If she was wanting to be rescued. She didn't. Sam's hushed reply. She was at the entrance when she died. Something moved her further in to protect her. I think Allison. We walk deeper. 10 minutes later, the cave expands. Usually, spending this amount of time in a dark atmosphere means your eyes adjust. However, mine haven't. It's almost as if this is a type of darkness that I haven't experienced before. Or if the smiling lady has put some weird effect on us. I don't know. I just know that other than the light from my flashlight and Sam's in front of me, I can't see anything. A crack behind me. A quick, snapping crack. My heart jumps, and I spin around to shine my flashlight where the sound originated. I see only legs, for a split second, crawling away from me into the darkness from which I came. The bare, dirty calves of what looked like a woman shooting out of sight. Crap. Something's in here with us, and it's alive. The smiling lady is here. I turn to Sam. She's gone. What the? I'm alone. Sam's flashlight on the ground. What the? Where is she? Do I call out? I don't know. I'm going to leave her flashlight. I need one hand to grip my machete. I can't go back. The smiling lady is behind me. I need to find her body, and I need to burn it, and I need to help Sam. I shine my flashlight around, looking for Sam. When I see a backpack leaning against a cave's wall, I carefully move towards it, knowing something is watching me from the darkness. My sweaty palms making the machete more difficult to grip. I'm squeezing it as hard as I can. I get to the backpack, quickly scanning the cave around me with the flashlight, but I see nothing but rock. I turn my attention to the bag's contents. It's already open. It doesn't look like it's been here for long, maybe under a week. I hurriedly go through it. An old tarp, a lighter, and the same small canister of kerosene that I had taken. The same type that was provided for me at the tower. Also in the bag, a knife. The same style of knife that I had found in Allison's tower, only bigger. The same gold outline, with silver and black designs swimming through it. On the knife engraved, "Your pair of knives, our pair of hearts. My Harvey." Another one of Harvey's knives. This is Harvey's bag. I flick the knife open, recently used. Its previously sharp edge now blunt, stained with the remnants of stone. I shine my flashlight on the wall that the bag was leaning against. Writing, scratched into the rock face. 10. Sam lies. Cracking behind me, I spin around and I see Sam. She's smiling. Sam. I start. Her eyes are locked with mine. She sees me through the darkness. Her arms start to break, almost as if being broken by the air around them. They snap with jolting movements. Her elbows bend backwards as her bones jut out, hugging the skin under her forearms. With every crack, her smile grows wider. Soon, it is unnaturally sprawled across her face, her eyes wide with glee. Her skin grows whiter, her hair longer. She is now unrecognizable as Sam. I now knew her as the smiling lady. I've fallen for it, just as Harvey had. She needs the darkness. That's why she roams at night. That's why I felt I was being watched as I left Allison's tower. I was, but she couldn't do anything as it wasn't dark. She watched me as Sam during the day, but attacked me as the smiling lady during the night. That note in Allison's tower explaining what I looked like. Only Sam had seen me before then. God, I feel so stupid. I was safe from her in the daylight, but it's dark now and she's changing. She died in the dark, and now she lives in the dark. I stand up, my machete shaking in my hand. I edge towards her. I'm ready to strike. In an explosion of movement on either side of me, I am grabbed. The creatures crawl at me as I feel their bony hands and arms dragging me down. I count 5 of them as I struggle against their grip. There are too many. They are too strong. My flashlight has fallen from my grip and now shines in my direction. I make out the faces of my attackers. Harvey, his wife, his child, a tall man, Rick, and Allison. They hold me down, Allison's broken arms cutting me as I struggle, her shattered bones sharp. As they all pin me against the ground, they smile. I catch a glimpse of Sam as she lunges out of the darkness and bites into my chest. A new man lives in my tower now. He has a family, a dog too, who visit him. We only leave the darkness when she tells us to. She doesn't want to lose us. I smile now, and when she tells me to burn, I burn too. I am writing this to warn you of the smiling lady in the woods. Do not try to find me. This will be the last time that I speak to you all. Do not come looking for me. I belong to her now, and she will never lose me. Alright, so my grandpa is kind of a goofball. Well, he's more of a full-blown, psychopathic lunatic. A lunatic that lives in the room next to me. The entirety of our family casted us, my mom, little brother, grandpa, and I, out because of the shit my grandpa pulled during his younger years. I won't really go into that, but to give you an idea, he's been an addict for most of his life, and suffered everything he could have because of it. It's probably better if I start from when all this stuff really went down in not only his but also my life. 6 years ago, when I just entered high school and my kid brother entered elementary, my grandpa got a huge cut in his forearm. For some reason, the cuts never really healed properly, and at some point, mostly because of his negligence, it got infected, so the doctors had to amputate it. He really didn't seem to mind, and was rather calm when we brought him to the hospital. But then he did what he usually does, started some random stuff. He asked the nurse to give him a bag of blood for him to take home, because he said he felt dizzy and would really need it. After the nurse repeatedly told him no, he presumably started to attack her, screaming, "Just one bag. He doesn't want mine anymore, don't you understand?" Luckily, the nurse didn't sue him, for I'm sure we would have to pay for him because my mother's heart can't bear seeing her father serve time. She probably knows that once he's in, he'll either stay there for good or get out in a body bag. From that day onward, I kept hearing him say, "I want to go back. I want to go back," in the middle of the night. After a few months, he started to become stable again, even better than he was before the amputation. My mother even let him take my little brother to the park, after he kept begging her to let him spend more time with his grandsons. She accepted, but of course, both me and my mom came along to keep an eye on him. If only we did a better job. The half an hour before we were about to leave for the park, both my mother and I let our guards down, and before we knew it, my little brother and my grandpa had disappeared. We called the police and the whole operation had started, but they were both nowhere to be seen. Until my grandpa came home that night, telling us that someone had kidnapped my little brother. He didn't answer any of our questions with a clear answer. The only thing he said was, "I can finally go back," making us suspect the worst. We called the cops, but as soon as my grandpa noticed, he struck my mom and he made a run for it. I haven't seen him since. A few years later, I got a note on my locker that said, "It's really great here. I wish you could see it all. The underworld is really something else. I still miss both you and your mom. Could you do me a favor and leave some money near the dumpster at the local coffee shop? Something like $1,000 or $2,000, that'll be enough. Grandpa." I made sure to keep everything about what had happened to my grandpa a secret from the people at my school. So although it's still possible they would have found out, it's very unlikely that this was some kind of prank. I'll tell you guys right off the bat, I didn't go to the dumpster, even if my grandpa would be there, because I'm too scared to see him again. Last year, they finally found out what was left of my little brother. In the sewers a short distance from the park that we visited, a group of teenagers found him when they were trying to make a spooky vlog. The following part took me a whole week to write, because every time I tried, my fingers started to go numb for some reason. His neck was chained to a wall, and his skin was as pale as could be. The autopsy showed that he had died of chronic anemia only a month ago. His body was filled with puncture wounds, and there were empty cans of soup and other food scattered across the part of the sewer. My grandpa was still nowhere to be seen though. Yesterday, a package arrived at our doorstep. The package had my name on it, and so my mom just handed it over to me without opening it. I didn't order anything recently, so I really wasn't sure if I should have opened it, but it had my name on it. So, I took it to my room and I opened it. A small moment before I did, my mind sent me some eerie thoughts. Don't tell me my grandpa sent me some body part of my little brother, I thought. As soon as I opened it, my heated body started to cool down. There was a camera and a note. It read, "I hope this package reaches you well. Some punks must have found my place because I saw this camera near your little brother's body after I got back from doing shopping. I went to the underworld as soon as I could, because the police would have arrived sooner or later. Anyway, you probably know what I did to your little brother, and I'm sorry for it. I didn't want my blood anymore, so I had to find someone with the same type of blood as I. I'm sure you must be mad, but you won't be once you see how awesome this place is. I took the camera with me so you could find out for yourself." He told me to never record anything, but I still did it. Take a look, I'm sure you'll like it. P.S. If you want to come too, meet with the man in the video around minute 4 or something. He can be pretty hard to find though. He'll tell you what he wants for the trip to the underworld. I haven't watched the film yet, but I will as soon as the chills stop running through my body. I watched his recordings, and I came up with 3 possibilities to explain what I've seen. Either he somehow knows some really tech-savvy guy that's put this stuff together, or his lunacy is something genetic and bit by bit I'm also going insane. Or that asshole actually found something, some really strange place. After waking up, or more like after getting out of bed and not sleeping for the whole night, I decided I should just take a look before the curiosity consumes my whole life. There are 5 recordings. I'll give a summary of each of them. The first one starts off with him in the sewer, with 30 seconds of him aiming the camera at the floor, not realizing that he had already started the recording. After a swift shot of my little brother's body, he walked through the sewers. Without speaking, he climbed up a ladder walking the dark streets of our city. A homeless man walked up to him asking, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Do you know where I can find the supermarket?" My grandpa pulled out a knife, shocking the homeless man, who put his hand up after seeing it. "Hold this camera. I'm making a film for my grandkid," he said. He gave the camera to the homeless man, who was now filming my grandpa. My God, I thought. He was wearing a dress riddled with holes, a wig, and a face full of makeup, looking like something between a clown and an old woman. "Hey, what do you think? Pretty fancy, huh?" he said as the homeless man's hands were shaking the camera. My grandpa hit the homeless man with his stump, yelling, "Don't move it! I'm going back to the underworld today. I'm so excited that I can finally show someone how great it is there. I'll be meeting my buddy." My grandpa stopped talking after the homeless man started to shake again. He lunged towards the man fiercely. I wasn't really sure what had happened, but I'm guessing he took a stab at him, because he started to scream for help, after which my grandpa started running with the camera. A minute later, he showed me a man in the far distance with a black hat and a tall coat. "That's him. Remember him. I'm going to put the camera in my pocket now." The camera was able to film the waist of the man through a hole in his dress. I'm guessing he walked up to the man and I could hear them talking. The sound was muffled, but I heard my grandpa's voice clear enough. "I've got one more jar," he said. After some altercation, he started begging the man, Please take it. It's all I have." I couldn't really hear what the man was saying. The words I could make up were, "We've got enough of that. I need valuable. Maybe." My grandpa started saying, Of course," a bunch of times, after which he got something from his other pocket and started to shake. The camera's vision got blocked by the dress just for a second, after which my grandpa asked, "This much?" The man didn't say anything, and after some movement, my grandpa gave a short scream. I'm guessing he wanted to scream more, because he crouched down for a minute or two, shaking on the ground. My eyes were totally hooked on the camera, as I felt my hands beginning to sweat. He stood up after some time and he straightened his dress, with his still trembling hands. I could see through the hole again. He handed the man something. "This'll sell very well," the man said as he took what could only be my grandpa's sexual organ, slowly leaking blood flowing down his arm. I'm going to be completely honest. I had to clean up a lot of vomit on the camera after seeing that part. They started walking, but after some time, my grandpa fell, and the camera didn't pick up much sight nor sound. The next recording started with my grandpa's face, now without makeup, looking into the camera. "Hey there, the transaction went through. I'm waiting for my buddy to pick me up. I'm going to put you in my bag for now. Don't worry, you haven't seen anything yet." He kept the camera rolling, but for a whole hour, I couldn't hear or see anything extraordinary, other than my grandpa giggling like a maniac. After a loud yell, one that seemed more like a scream of joy than panic, he started digging through his bag, searching for the camera. We're here," he said as he showed me a wooden room without any windows. I figured out that it was a basement, for he started to move up some stairs. He was in some kind of old-fashioned house. He exited the house and showed me a street full of people with different colored hair, green, blue, purple, so on. All of them were young, I'm guessing between 20 to 30 years old. Most of the girls were quite good looking, and the men were also handsome. "Hey, how much time for sunrise?" my grandpa asked out loud, not really talking to anyone in specific. No one reacted. "When will it be sunrise?" he yelled. A man started walking up to him. "Calm down, old man. Like 2 minutes or something. What's that in your hand? Did you bring something new?" he yelled, after which everyone started to gather around my grandpa. He raised his hand and showed me all the people around him, together with a wider view of the village. The village was in some kind of desert and the houses were all made of wood. He started laughing like a madman again. Yes, I brought you something amazing from Earth, but first, I need to see the sun. He yelled to the crowd. "Look closely," he whispered to the camera as he pointed his camera to the moon. I kept thinking, what the hell? Through every minute of his recordings. But after he showed me the sky, I really started to flip out. He pointed the camera up at the moon for a minute, and then it happened. The moon exploded, sending a wave of light throughout the whole sky. The sky turned completely dark for a few seconds, after which, out of the same spot the moon was in, a ball of light appeared with a great bang, turning night into day. The sun seemed the same as ours, but everything around it didn't. For wherever my grandpa was at that moment, the sky there was not blue, but a mellow shade of pink. "Do you understand now?" Grandpa asked. I had watched the explosion over and over again for at least 20 times before I moved on to the third recording. I was hesitant at first, but I think it's about time I introduce myself officially. My name is Basil Porton, but I go by Porter. Even by my mother, since I'm the only one left in our house that still carries my father's last name. I'm a teenager born in the US, but my mother is British, and after the family casted us out, we moved to East England. You already know a lot about my grandpa, all but his name, Warwick Murrow, also known as Mad Mur. Now, where was I? The third recording was a walkthrough of the village. My grandpa was quite famous, a big upgrade from being notorious, in the strange village that he called the Underworld. People would wave at him wherever he went, and a lot of people would come up and talk to him, mostly about Earth, like it was some foreign place to them. I wasn't sold on the fact that my grandpa was in the Underworld. Maybe he just joined some society filled with crazy people like himself. In the fourth clip, he sat down on the bench and started explaining stuff to me. He talked about how it's never too hot or too cold, about how the sun and moon change places every 6th hour, about how there are many kinds of plants that don't exist on Earth, and about how he can finally be accepted here as the madman that he is. "Porter, I wanted to live here forever, but it's difficult. You see, these people, they don't starve, they don't thirst, they don't even bleed as we do. But I, as I hate to accept it, am very human. The only reason I have to go back to Earth is because at some point, my food and water runs out and I have to go back before I'm too weak to stand on my legs. Besides, I can't do my job if I can't think clearly. Why don't you join me and bring some food and beverages while you're at it? And bring a lot." It was the first time my grandpa ever said that he had any kind of job. I wondered what he was doing. He took a sip of his favorite drink, although most would expect it to be something alcoholic. My grandpa loves to drink buttermilk. Personally, I hate it, but yeah, we don't have a lot in common anyway. "The price to enter the Underworld is expensive, but worth it," he said. "My buddy is looking for parts of us humans. He sells them to certain people, and in return, he gives a ticket to the Underworld. At first, he only wanted our family's blood. He said that we were famous here and that collectors were willing to pay huge sums of money to get a jar. After a few years though, the market changed. They wanted other pieces of us. It's still worth it though," he said with a chuckle. I could never forgive my grandpa for the things that he had done, but I was content with letting things end here. For all I care, he can chop himself up until the day he dies. Living there instead of here is probably for the greater good. "I'm going to make one more recording before I call it quits. I have things to do. I'm a busy man in the Underworld," he said. "Porter, dinner's ready," my mom shouted from downstairs. "Just a minute," I shouted back. I started the last recording. I might as well finish it before I go eat dinner, I thought. "I'm going to see my boss. He's kind of a lunatic. But he lets me live, so I can't really complain, he said. What the hell? I thought. Lets me live? Porter! Just a minute, Mom, I had to yell back. My grandpa started walking through the desert until he reached a well. Hold on, Porter, I need my hand now, he said as he put the camera in his pocket. I assumed that he climbed on the well, because when I could see again, he was in some kind of underground place, with torches on both sides of the walls, leading the way deeper down. We're almost there, he whispered. With each step, the tension rose. My body started heating up, but after sweating profusely throughout all the clips, I had no moisture left to excrete. And then he stopped moving, just as my heart stopped beating for a bit, because in front of him was the most ominous and eerie-looking being I had ever seen, inciting a terror within me I never knew I could feel. Long white hair going down to his knees, a mouth with teeth that could put envy in every predator, eyes big as the moon, but mostly filled with the white, with only a speck of black the size of a pea in the middle, looking straight at my grandpa. Above all else though, a smile from ear to ear, and no, not the expression, but literally from ear to frickin' ear. He was not human, only humanoid. Welcome back, friend, the being said with more air coming out of his giant mouth than sound. My grandpa fumbled with the camera and then cut the footage. After the video stopped, I stared at the camera for a few minutes. After I got my senses, I washed my face and I walked downstairs, for another horror to meet me, one that was more personal. I walked on steadily, halted quickly as an image burned itself into my memory, never to be forgotten. There lay the only person, the only one that I had left, my mother on the ground with a gigantic cut in her lower abdomen, about to pass out, bleeding steadily. In front of her, an open door with a trail of blood leading outside. Porty, it was him. Tell the police, she said after closing her eyes. I immediately took my phone, dialed 911, and realized that I wasn't in the US, and I changed it to 999. I walked up to my mother with the phone squeezed between my shoulder and cheek. I was ice cold, focused on keeping her alive. I wasn't going to lose her, not now. The smell of meatloaf had filled the house as I started applying pressure on her wound. The doctors told me her uterus had been cut out of her body, and that she was in a critical yet stable state at the moment. The police asked me questions, already suspecting someone, even though he had gone missing all these years ago. Should I show them the footage? It doesn't really prove anything. Even if they believe me, for how long can they protect us? How long can they guard us from him? And do I even want them to take care of this? Until now, I have accepted everything he had done to us, mostly because I had no choice. But it seems that this won't end until I end him. The hunter must become the prey. Seeing that he stole part of my mother, he must be on his way to the underworld now. I have to find the mystery man, because only he can lead me there. I went to the place where I saw my grandpa meet him. He wasn't there, so I went looking everywhere throughout the city, looking for this man, the only person that could lead me to my grandpa. I looked for 2 whole days, as hopelessness started creeping in on me. What am I thinking? I can't do this. I'm just a kid that hasn't even been in a single fight yet. I can't kill him even if I have to. Maybe he won't come for us again. Yeah, I'm sure this was just the last time, I thought, defeated. The tears started rolling down my cheeks. Of course he'll come back, and I won't be able to do anything. Strands of my hair were falling on the ground at my shoulders. I really am nothing like him, I thought. If anything, my grandpa always took what he wanted. He always acted however he wanted to. He acted as if the world belonged to him, which made him unstoppable. I am not like that. I stayed home for a week, visiting my mother in the hospital every night. After a week had passed, I forced myself to go to school. Maybe it'll get my mind off of things, although I really didn't want to see my friends or teachers at this moment in my life. I walked the empty halls of my school in the early morning. I moved my body, not knowing where I was going, until I realized that, out of habit, my feet had brought me to my locker. I opened it slowly, after which a note fell out. I leaned down and I picked it up. The moment that I touched the paper, I remembered how my grandpa had left me a note all those years ago. A chill went down my spine as I picked it up to take a look. Hey dude, the boys and I haven't heard from you for a while and you weren't answering our calls, any of our messages or opening the door. We're going on a camping trip between yesterday and the day after tomorrow, and so we're going to skip school for a few days. If you're down, you can join us. Just give me a call. Matthew. I chuckled for a bit. I forgot that I had a social life after everything that had happened to me. It sure is a more pleasant note than I had expected. My grandpa's note from those years ago. What did it say again? I tried to remember. It's really great here, Porter. I wish you could see it all. The underworld is really something else. I still miss both you and your mom. Could you do me a favor and leave some money near the dumpster at the local coffee shop? Something like 1,000 or 2,000 will be enough. Grandpa. The coffee shop, of course, I thought. I'd come at an impasse. Give up and live my life to the fullest, enjoying it as much as I can. Or try to serve justice, and above all, revenge. I stood here with my head against the lockers, trying to think, but not a lot of thinking was going on. For the image of my mother laying there on the ground, the image of her in her hospital bed, was blocking every thought that I tried to form. Do I even deserve to live, if I don't even try to protect my loved ones? Screw you, I thought. I'm going to end you and live the life that I deserve to live. I started walking with a fire burning in my eyes. Am I brave? Am I wise? Or am I just foolish? Truth is that it doesn't matter. I will be whatever I need to be to make sure that he stops breathing in this world and the one that he has made me go through hell for. The world has been quite silent the past time, I thought as I exited the bus. Here it is. The Littler, the coffee shop my grandpa wrote about. I did a Google search before coming, but I couldn't find any information about the mystery man, nor any information about this coffee shop. I wasn't going to enter the shop. I just had to get back. Looking around the shop, I found a small path that seemed to go where I wanted to be. I made my way, but quickly stopped by a warm hand that gripped my shoulder. Can I help you? A voice asked. I turned around and I saw a mountain of a man stand behind me. He was old, had glasses, with gray hair slicked back like an Italian mobster. Oh, I work here. I just wanted to check something in the back. You don't work here. I do. Kid, he whispered. I own this place. Great, I thought. How easy can I fail the first step? I guess I'll just have to come back when he isn't looking. He's here. But why would a kid like you want to see him? He said, shocking me swiftly with his words. He knows? I thought. Crap, what do I do? You shouldn't associate with people like him. Trust me. He followed. I have to. There's something important that I need to do. I said, looking him deep in the eyes. Fair enough. I can only warn you, I suppose. He said, easing his grip on my shoulder. I kept on walking until he said, Revenge is merely a march to one's own grave. His words struck me hard, but mentally, I'd already passed that point of doubt. I passed the corner and there he stood, the mystery man, my grandpa's buddy leaning against the coffee shop's wall. "Can I help you?" he asked upon seeing me. "I'm Warwick Murrow's grandchild," I responded. He stopped leaning and he straightened his back. "Oh," he said. "Porter, right? He's talked about you a few times." I cut straight to the chase and I asked, "What do you need me to do to get me to the underworld?" "Tone it down a notch. I don't want the whole neighborhood to know. I'm guessing your Gramps told you about it." "Something like that." "Listen, I'm not a bad guy, so let me make things clear for you. You don't want to go there. I'm sure your Gramps told you all kinds of fun stories about the place, but your kind won't survive in that place." "What do you mean my kind?" I said. "Nothing. Just go home, kid. I'm not going to help you do anything." Luckily, I was prepared. "If you don't tell me, I'm going to tell everyone about you in the underworld." "Good luck. Do you think that anyone will believe you?" "What if I show them proof?" I said with a smile. "Proof?" he asked. "My grandpa made recordings of both you and the underworld." His eyes widened as he looked at me with an expression of pure surprise. "You're bluffing." "He traded his penis for a trip," I said. The man started to sweat profusely. I got him right where I wanted, I thought. "So you want a trip, huh?" he asked. "I want a trip and answers," I responded. "I don't know, kid. I could just kill you right now, you know that." His intimidation didn't work on me though. "If I didn't return within an hour, my partner will post the videos on the internet for all to see." I bluffed, standing as tall as I could, not taking my eyes off of him for a second. I was prepared, but not to this extent. "All right. Can we go to a different place and discuss this further?" he asked. "We'll do this right here, right now," I said. He started to laugh but still kept looking at me, as stern as I could. "All right, kid, you got me," he said. "You're not going to the underworld after you hear everything I'm about to say to you anyway. To be honest, I'm partially to blame for everything that happened. People like me take people like your Gramps to what you call the underworld. It is, if you believe it or not, a real place, filled with people that seem like humans, but are something very different. Just like Earth, our kind has good, but also bad people, just living their everyday life. The gates to these worlds are guarded by people like me. I am a little bit different though. You see, humans are quite a rarity in our world, so there are a lot of people who pay huge amounts of money to have their pieces. So you make people give you body parts to go to this magical kind of place." "No, not exactly, kid. I don't make them do anything. It's all their free will. And I don't recruit regular people. I scout people who are evil, like your Gramps." "So you think of this as some kind of punishment?" "I don't really get what you're trying to do, because my grandpa wanted to go back to this place. He killed my brother and he attacked my mother." He said, and he took pause. "Kid, here's the thing. No one is ever supposed to come out of that place alive." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Your grandpa is the first client that has ever come back. I send these evil people to the underworld to be hunted down by an accomplice of mine and make a few extra bucks of their body parts. My accomplice sells the body in Alum, and I sell these single body parts to my partner here on Earth. For some reason, your grandpa keeps finding a way to come back, and I have no way of reaching my accomplice. I just keep accepting his payment, hoping that he finally gets killed this time." "Alum?" I asked. "If you call this place Earth, that place is what we call Alum." His story seemed to make sense. It would explain a lot. It's a lot to take in, I said. See, you don't want to go there, he said. Why did he go for my brother and mother then? I asked. Well, in order to not take body parts off random people and to cause any national panic, I fool my clients by telling them only the parts of their bloodline are acceptable, because they are special, even though they really aren't. Because they usually give the first part off their own body, and because they usually die after the first strip anyway. This usually doesn't cause any trouble. Usually. Why didn't you just kill him here? He sighed. Kid, this world, just like mine, it's a rough place. I was making money because of your Gramps, although I didn't want to get you involved. I'm not going to go out of my way to save people I don't know. You can blame me all you want, but at the end of the day, it was your Gramps that chose to hurt you and your family. I never forced him to do anything, alright? My eyes started to water, but I wasn't going to let myself cry. Why don't you just give me the recordings and we can just forget about all of this? He asked. He was nowhere near a good person in my eyes, but he is honest. I'll get you the recordings, but I'm still going to the underworld, considering the camera my payment. Fine, he said, gave me a few pats on the back and said, let's go get your camera. We started to walk to my home, without exchanging a single word on the way. I was deep in thought the whole way through, thinking about everything the mystery man had told me, about the underworld and the people that inhabit it. Although I was going there with a grim mission, I couldn't help but get excited. We entered the house. You can sit in the living room and I'll go get the camera upstairs, I said. I don't think you need to do that, he said, while standing in the open doorway. He put his hand on my shoulder and then moved it to my neck and gripped. Sorry, kid,